Hej, dzień dobry, cześć, siemaneczko, hej. O kurwa, ten co wchodzi na pełnej. Ten co wchodzi na pełnej. Witam serdecznie i dziękuję serdecznie za 16 miesięcy wsparcia. Dupio. Ale to zapierdalam. Dobra, idziemy grać. Cześć, to ja. Nie wiem co z tym zrobić, kurwa, na tej głowie, ale mam ochotę się na łyso pierdolnąć, nie? Ten tik z tyłu głowy, który każdy ma co jakiś czas, a żeby wziąć i się pierdolnąć po prostu na łyso. Pyk, 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 pyk. Jak byłem na tej rozmowie z pracodawcą, to się spytałem, czy to mi przeszkadza. Pani powiedziała, że mogę sobie nawet tatuaż na głowie pierdolnąć, że nie będzie z tym problemu. I mówię, okej, git. Miałem jechać dzisiaj na koncert. Mam na jego bilet, wydałem na jego pieniądze. A nie jadę, pierdolę. Jebane. Ja siedział i grał w Disco Elysium. Jak znacie kogoś z Katowic, kto nie ma co dzisiaj robić i chce bilet za darmo, to mogę oddać. Kurwa, ja sobie nie zrobiłem swojej głośności, więc to mi tak głośno jest. Wiem. Dajesz! Dobra, widzowie. Widzowie. A jeszcze muszę połączyć. Kurwa, znowu połączenie działa. Tak. Ponowne połączenie. Konfiguruj. Kopiuj. Opcje. I integracja z Twitchem. Enter token. Connect. Bit connect. Dobra, jesteśmy połączeni. O, zaręczne palce to. Zaręczne palce. No, zaręczne palce, tylko rękawiczki. Mamy je ubrane. To co? Jakiś szybki buścik, motoryczki, szybki buścik, motoryczki, tak na start, tak na rozpęd. Witam serdecznie, cześć. Od razu z grubej rury, szybko, pyk, pyk, pyk. Jakaś motoryczka dla mnie, co? Tego? Przydałoby się, przydałoby się. Dziękuję ślicznie i... Kurwa.
Say what you said before, the exact same thing, or It's hard to say for sure, but
Evidence of Warfare, nie?
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
Reloada. Ale ostatni taki. Tak, do 3 razy sztuka to się nie uda, to znaczy, że to się nie ma udać. Ostatni, naprawdę ostatni. Muszę 130 sekund teraz poczekać.
they really have an interesting setup here. Like kids preparing for a school science fair. It's
No.
pretty neat.
This? Oh, we're trying to see if we can come up with some cool new special effects to add to the visual aspect of our club experience.
Okej.
We tinker with things. Art, music, chemistry.
Some chemicals, when mixed, can, you know, change colour or sort of blow up. Blow up! Blow up! Not like, you know, in a
Seriously?
dangerous way, or, well, we're not going to do it in a dangerous way.
Co Jezu?
Besides, did you know that
Co się
small
dzieje?
experiences are all the rage now at the most forward-thinking venues?
Very big in art circles.
Yes, chemistry has many uses, and police work too.
The young man looks startled for a moment,
Czego nie wiem?
then flashes you his most winsome smile.
I hope you get to experience
Czego
one
nie
of our
wiem?
small shows sometime, sir. It'll be a blast.
Feel free to come back later and have a blast with these exemplars of youthful avant-gardism. But we
Czego nie wiem? Kurwa, ci no, mów do mnie ludzkim głosem, a nie emotkami. Powiem ci na koniec! No nie wiesz kiedy, chłopie, za 2 lata? To ja no pamiętaj, że coś miał mi coś powiedzieć.
Good morning! Yeah!
Dawaj troszkę motoryczki. Motoryczki mnie trochę. Ale ja będę pamiętał, aha. Dałem motoryczki trochę. Kurwa! Ja będę pamiętał, no i chuj, i teraz siedź. Piszę ci XDDD i bawi się sam ze sobą, kurwa, a ja siedzę bez zabawy. No to jest, nie, to jest kurwa, to jest żart. To jest
It's hard to
żart,
say for sure.
to jest żart. Wszystko to jest kurwa jebany żart. XDDD! Jaki kurwa! Z jakim nadstawieniem to przeczytało! XDDD! A co jest? Ale ciekawe lecie. Musimy... Dobra, co my to teraz? Chyba już musimy iść w końcu rozmawiać. Bo co, z nią my porozmawiali. Aha, dobra, teraz możemy pogadać. Dobra. To co rozkminiłem, co ja mądrość zrobiłem. Ja mądrość. A, wiem kim kurwa jesteś. Nie jesteś żadną kostkarą, kurwa. No właśnie dzisiaj miałem iść na tego knura Rolsona. Dzisiaj miałem iść i zdecydowałem, że wolę posiedzieć z wami i nie iść na koncert i pograć sobie w gierki z wami. Kupiłem bilet za 100 zł, kurwa, 3 miesiące temu i chuj. Nawet go nikt nie chce za darmo, kurwa, rozumiesz?
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Nie lecie tam, nie lecie. Tu jest lepiej, tu jest lepiej. Czemu nie mogę jej, kurwa? Czemu nie mogę jej rozkminić, że to jest ona? Że jest agentką tajną, kurwa.
I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. A star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you sure? Yes, you definitely have the proper attitude. How about a pair of 100-sided dice, made of ivory and inlaid with lodestone, a naturally occurring magnet, to complement your magnetic personality? 10 real, and I can get these ready in 8 hours. Maybe you have some other ideas for dice? No need to rush.
Stinky cheese. Stinky cheese. Stinky cheese.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. It's dark, the echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are saying.
Or what are you doing? Wait, really? Maybe it's coming from behind the
No bo czacha to nie może być, bo czacha wszyscy znają. Lokalsi znają czacha. A kostkary kurwa nikt nie znał. Ale czekaj, kostkara znała... Kostkara znała ludzi kurwa z firmy robiącej gierki. To też nie może być kostkara, to może nie ona.
The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. Your breath grows heavier.
remnants from the revolution. These are over half a century old. No, we are not constructors and renovators. And these bullet holes do not warrant an investigation.
The lieutenant nods.
Co? O? Może tam jest ta podziemna sekta, o której Szmucik mówił. Da się tego łomem otworzyć? Te łomgą?
XDDDD.
XDDDD! Co się stanie, jak wyjdziemy do starego odku, no on tu cały czas sobie będzie spać?
The aging alcoholic.
Babcia raczej agentką nie jest.
Give me a moment.
No.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire?
Kurwa. To też było logiczne, żeby ją spytać, no bo jak ona stoi tam na balkonie i obserwuje tamtą, to pewnie widziała, z kim ona gadała i widziała, jak ta trójka wyglądała, tych kurwa agentów. Ale... widać, nie łączymy tych wątków ze sobą. Dobra, no czyli ten ma strike, no ale tam coś czuję, że tam się może kurwa, tam się czuję, że się może odjebać kurwa jakiś dym. Tam może być kurwa rym cym cym, z dupy dym. Też taka lokacja kurwa, Pierre de Pierre.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Tak, ja mam w łapie. Ja mam w ręce. To się chyba bardziej przyda mu z tego pierdolnąć jak...
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Siema, tutaj Jacek Graniecki a.k.a. TDFFF Parkietu Król. Pyszny będę bardzo niepocieszony, jeżeli nie pojawisz się na koncercie w Kato. Nie będzie to wtedy jeden z eleganckich bali. Masz czas do 21, żeby się namyślić, inaczej dojedziecie palnowy Adi swoją siekierką.
Powiem ci szczerze, że nasze ścieżki z kolegą platynowym Adim rozeszły się niekulturalnie, że tak powiem, więc chuj mu na ryj, tak niekulturalnie powiem. Nie bierzcie narkotyków, bo was zmiecie z planszy, tyle mam do przekazania. Chciałem jechać na ten koncert, umówiliśmy się z kilkoma osobami z starej ekipy, z taką fajną częścią, tylko że oni myśleli, że my się tak luźno umawiamy, a ja już od razu kupiłem bilety 3 miesiące temu. I jak napisałem do nich tydzień temu, to okazało się, że oni o tym zapomnieli, że jest ten koncert. I jeden jest w Hiszpanii, a drugiemu się jak nie wiadomo kiedy, no na dniach się będzie dziecko rodzić, więc on kurwa jest w trybie czuwania. No i powiedzieli, że nie jadą. A ogólnie to jest w takim klubie, co się nazywa Fabryka Porcelany. I fun fact, do tego klubu nie można dojść pieszo. Ponieważ jest on kurwa zaraz obok dworca w Katowicach, w sensie... Nie, że tak obok, że jest dworzec i obok jest klub. Tylko jak jest dworzec i masz tych od chuja torów i tych wszystkich rozjazdów, to za tymi wszystkimi torami jest fabryka porcelany, więc nie możesz przejść tam, bo cię zajebią sokiści. A od drugiej strony jest autostrada. I idzie tam tylko zjechać autem. Nie idzie przejść przez autostradę, więc... Fun fact. Pewnie lokalsi znają jakieś kurwa tajne przejścia, ale no... No i najszczęśliwsze, że chciałem sprzedać bilet, bo teraz one kurwa prawie 200 kosztują, ja chciałem sprzedać za 100, nikt nie chciał kupić. Chciałem oddać bilet, nikt nie chciał wziąć, więc chuj no. Jak znaczy kogoś z Katowic, kto sobie dzisiaj by chciał pójść na koncert, to mam bilet do oddania. Kurwa... Dobra, może z nim porozmawiam, co to jest strajk?
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together and decide to block honest work for other people. Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence. He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously not his. Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what.
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
Jak grałeś w Bytomiu? Nie no, że grałeś to nie pisałeś. Tylko, że imprezowałeś. Napisałeś nic, że grałeś. Okej. No ten part o zespole mi chyba... Albo mi umknął, albo tego nie pisałeś, ale nie wydaje mi się, że pisałeś. Pisałeś właśnie tylko o rave'ach.
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office.
Okej.
Door's locked. The guards blocking the way to the access panel.
A to co, jakieś rockowo-punkowe rzeczy, czy jakiś zespół?
And I don't mean the scrawny mesk punk either.
Okay.
I mean head measurer.
Jaką pozycję zajmowałeś w zespole?
Whatever he is.
Darłem ryja. O kurwa, no niezłe. Storm.
Why don't you go arrest them instead? I'm sure they've done plenty of criminal shit.
Dobrze,
They
dobrze.
have that look.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge.
He seems to be following his orders well enough for now. But beneath it all, there is a boiling rage and a dangerous carelessness. Do not be fooled by the programming. There is a precarious balance inside him, keeping him in check.
Honest men and women, with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
No nie mogę, to jest najśmieszniejsze, że kurwa...
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand? Fucking fuck.
A punch is not imminent, but it's being cocked hard. You hear a tiny rattle, a small radio cracking somewhere. An earpiece. I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a tribunal, and it won't be long until it's ready.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now, somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this, he's thinking. This is not the time.
Sniper?
The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow.
Dobra, trzeba go wkurwić.
Slowly, he's trying to get his right to work dance back on.
Don't think so.
No.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea. Silence. He takes the photo. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving. You see dead flesh in colorful rivers of polychrome, melting skin and hair.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Okay.
Yeah. What it means. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here? Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush in Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission. He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
With some strange emotion, this is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon. At dawn, he comes upon two kips, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old. She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason, the kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God, Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them.
Chłopcze, ty to za żart, co jest?
Said primitive spirits were watching over him now. Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
Something stirs in your stomach. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless, odorless. It's...
No, I was somewhere else. That's just a guess as to what this one little star on his belly might mean. I'm just a bouncer. Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off.
He's under orders, and orders are orders.
Go ahead. All right now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, littering his dead skin.
Okej. Okej. No i dupa. No i dupa. Chujowy finał strajku. No to się cały czas na żółto świeci, to jest ciekawe w sumie.
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the streets we...
Co nie zajesz?
What do you see?
No to pytanie do
I don't
Cipiego.
know. They're about the same size. Not the same boot, no, but they could be the same person. No, these prints are pretty standard. The ones in the dust looked custom. Or maybe they're just a foreign design. It's a boot print, whatever the case. I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy boy. The one with his front teeth missing. Yes, well, he did look a bit like a rat, you're right. Do you think those prints belong to him? Maybe you're right and it's someone else. 200! This could be the combined weight of two people, one carrying the other who's tied up. Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built armored man. Maybe it was a fat hardy boy.
No też mi się tak wydaje, no. Też mi się tak wydaje.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Probably yes. This would also fit with the victim being dead from a previous gunshot wound. They had to carry him. Is there anything else that's noteworthy here? What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
But we know the victim had a bullet in his head. A more precise way to put it is, it was made...
6 zakończeń? O kurwa.
Exactly. They had to perform it to whoever was looking, the whole neighborhood, I suppose. And us too.
No wiesz, lepiej 6 dobrych zakończeń niż kurwa 50 takich typu, że jedna linia dialogowa się zmienia, nie? Nigdzie indziej nie da przejść, nie? Ciekawe. Jestem ciekaw, czego jeszcze kurwa nie dostrzegam.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not here, pig. You're not seeing this.
You can still see the top of her hat from behind the...
Trying to sneak up on me again.
To chyba nie zostało nic, jak porozmawiałem z naszą koleżanką, kurwa, bo... A po drugiej stronie raczej nic już nie zrobimy. To mi też już nic nie mamy do pogadania.
Vigilance officer.
It is such a pleasure to see you.
Może jeszcze do grubego pytałem się go spytać, czyje drzwi on chciał, żebyśmy otwarli? Może ty idzie powiedzieć, że my z tym jednym gadali? Że nam opowiedział o tej jednej gwiazdce?
You're back. Good.
No. Chujowy finał. Nie, tam zaraz chujowy. I albo że ona była z nimi? Może to ona jest kurwa, a nie pani od kostek. Bo pani od kostek kurwa znała ludzi robiących gry, to pani od kostek musi być tu od dawna. A ona by w sumie pasowała. Dobra, chuj. Odpierdolmy to zdjęcie.
This is the night watchman's booth.
If you must.
Nothing looks like the inhabitant. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, Rene, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully. Rene looks like he's about to smile. This photo must be tied to some good memories.
Why did you take that picture of René? You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure, as long as it doesn't take up a whole lot of time.
The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles by black ribbons. Stale air floods through your nostrils. Not a single mote of dust floats inside your lungs, though. The inside of the booth is immaculate. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap painkillers. They are slightly out of date. Oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia, mini strokes, prophet's disease, sudden death, hair death, erectile malfunction, critical flatulence, watery blood, black mucus, uncontrollable weeping, increased sensitivity to La Opera, inoperable joint disorder, total spinal collapse. Don't think about that. Quick, think about something else.
No i mogło pomóc na ból głowy pewnie, ale...
The imagined dazzle of light overwhelms any list of potential side effects. Any negative thoughts are drowned out by the fantastic blast of disco.
Okay.
You stand and...
Okay. Show me the photo. Czekaj, René, zdjęcie. O, czekaj, jak już my tu poszli, żeby nie biegać potem tam i z powrotem idziemy do grubego jeszcze. Chuj dziwne, że z Leo już nic nie możemy załatwić, to jest...
Mr. Dubois, every worker for himself, right? What can I do for you today? A fantastic change of heart, Harry. Go talk to Manana down by the gates. He'll brief you and give you the key.
And just like that, It's happening. The roller coaster is moving. Too late to take it back now.
Just open one little door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. That's it. Anything else we should discuss?
Oh, hey, mister.
They call me mañana. Ja teraz świecę na zielono, to będą te drzwi. Może będzie to. Jak byśmy tam teraz poszli? Bez rozmowy z manianą, bez brania klucza. Bo tak one były białe, teraz są zielone.
The door has braved the elements for decades. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and so is the knocker, shaped like a lion's head.
No co?
That's probably the door Efrat mentioned. We still need to get the key from this manana first, though.
The door.
That's probably the door.
Ale słabo. Ale słabo. Możemy jej o tym powiedzieć?
You're back. Good.
Dobra, no pewnie rzeczy, które nie do końca są zgodne z naszym kompasem moralnym, ale w tym momencie, kiedy już mamy bardzo rozlokowane wszystkie pionki po całej planszy, to dokonywanie takich decyzji jest bardziej pod naszą kontrolą, niż było to robione na totalnym randomie i spontanie, gdzie nie wiedzieliśmy, co się dzieje i tak naprawdę co się może wydarzyć. Więc wydaje mi się, że to nie jest najgorszy wybór, żeby otworzyć te drzwi.
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul. If he's got... Yes, the debate... I'm an old man.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
She is nobody. This is none of your concern, and I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCM.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Dobra, mamy jeden punkt umiejętności, a wiecie co to znaczy?
Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
It is such a pleasure to see you again. Oh, sweet Jenny. She was the finest woman in all of Revachol. Maybe the entire world.
Do not defile her memory, Gaston. Let her rest in peace.
His tone lacks its usual intensity, like he doesn't feel he has the right to speak on the matter.
We knew her, all right. Lived on the same street our entire lives, just 2 houses apart. The 3 of us have been best friends since we were 4. She was René's first girl back when the prick was 16. They were courting till he decided he'd rather die for some great ideal than just be happy.
O kurwa.
And then you stole her from me.
Well, technically, you stole her from me, because we'd been pretty close ever since you two had that falling out over the ink you spilled over her pretty yellow dress.
We were just boys then. This was different. You... No point starting this all over again. For the 1000th and the first time. Especially when we have company. Officer.
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. It was a quiet passage, peaceful. René and I were both by her bedside when she...
died. No use sugarcoating it. Won't bring her back, will it now?
Departed. Until the very end she couldn't decide between us. The most indecisive woman I've ever met.
A quick grimace of pain passes over Rene's features, but he immediately regains control.
She could never make up her mind about anything. What to have for breakfast, favorite color, or which one of us to marry. She was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married.
Women's, right?
Heck, technically, we're both still engaged to her.
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be happy. Seduced her with your fancy words and pastries.
He suddenly remembers you are still there, falls silent, and turns away.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left. Sweet, sweet. Of course, officer.
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul. There's nothing for you to understand here. It is not her death you are investigating. Reversal Fair of 91 in the Faubourg district. A parade was held to honor Guillaume Le Lion's name day, and the Carabineers marched in the place of honor. This was the happiest day of my life. Absolutely not. She died of pneumonia in her bed at the age of 79. This is highly usual. I was 22 when I returned from King Guillaume's Akira operation in the south and found my sweetheart in the arms of this wretch. I won her back, but while I was dealing with some issues...
You were like a dark cloud sucking the joy out of every living thing around you. And you hurt her.
Dark cloud. That sounds unpleasantly familiar.
Those days and memories are gone.
The old soldier says nothing, but when his glance quickly runs over Gaston's face, there's an odd look in his eyes.
Okej. They call me maniana. Dobra, lecimy do kościoła. Kurwa, teraz się uda. Czad. Do 5 razy sztuka, no. Nie może być inaczej. Nie może być inaczej.
Good morning! Yeah! Harder! Good morning! Yeah!
Czad.
Harder! Come!
Troszkę motoryczki? Troszkę motoryczki dla mnie? Co wy na to? Troszkę? Dziękuję. Kurwa, w końcu. Jezus, i 2 szóstki! Jeszcze 2 szóstki! Co jest? Kurwa!
Listen, you can use the compressor to select between which track it's compressing, either the auxiliary signal or the main input from the tape. Make it alternate between the signals. The compressor controls the gain based on the level of the signal on the aux side chain input. It will allow maintaining a loud sound without peaks that fill up all the headspace.
Sidechaining it, you said?
Uh-huh.
Then he puts on his headphones and his eyes go wide, wider than they've ever gone on drugs. He starts jumping up and down with bliss in total silence, still listening to his headphones.
Hey, what did you do to Egghead, Cop Man? Did you break him?
Are you ready, pussy?
Uh-huh.
Noid straightens his back, ready for the beat.
I was born ready, Egg.
Damn!
The audio assault is glorious. The speed freak dances on the stage, intensely waving his hand in the...
This is beauty! This is life!
What in the world is going on? The way melody and bass flow together, it's unnatural.
Your body is taking a beating from the low frequencies crashing over you. It's making you feel alive again.
Do tego hardcore'u zyskałem właśnie na basie. Nie no, krzyknijmy sobie.
Introducing the ultimate sound!
God damn it! This dance club idea might just work out.
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Pump it! Pump it!
Who will be the innocence of hardcore melodic dance music?
No się odblokowała opcja z tym, czy trzeba Savoir Faire?
Oh, hey man!
O,
Good to
jest!
see you.
No kurwa, no to musi wejść teraz, dobra. Full ubranko na Savoir. Full ubranko. Coś go zaniża. Jest +1 na spodniach. Nic nie zaniża. Ma tylko, kurwa, tylko okulary? A słabo.
Oh, hey man! It's good to see you.
Czad! Troszkę motoryczki, co? Let's fucking go!
You
Tak
close your eyes
jest!
and vacate your skull, leaving your brain to wonder, where did that little fluttering light go?
Total darkness.
Co jest?
You sink down the darkest
Co jest?
fathoms of your own personal deep, vertebrate by vertebrate, through the unformed skulls of your mind. Here it will begin.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every vertebrae in your spine is an unformed skull ready to pop up and replace the old one. Like shark teeth. The one you're currently in has a little brain forming in it, waiting for its turn to rule the world. In the spinal cord.
Good, because from what I can see, it's about to bust a move.
Foolhardy, do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe you started spazzing out like 2 seconds ago.
With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso, is warmth. You have become a triumph of rhythmoplastics, somewhere in a smelly wooden church on the coast of Revachol. The wounds from the war you waged on your body are healing, twist by twist, turn by turn. You have become
O kurwa!
interlocking mechanism.
O kurwa, ale idzie! Jo, dupia!
Of the one called eggheads, entirely, rigidly imbecilic, without pity or fear. Free from self-awareness, no deliberation, only, and I mean only, execution.
Oh my god! No way!
With his reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come, the young man observes your moves for a second.
O chuj! O chuj!
He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in violent enthusiasm. The young woman lifts her headphones up slightly and raises her chin, looking at you expectantly.
Asu? Aren't you going to dance?
No, recording.
The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance before turning her attention back to her own work.
What's going on here? Delinquents.
The lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. The light reflects off his glasses, giving him the appearance of a surgeon in the middle of a tense procedure. He's having trouble adjusting to the new reality before him.
What's happening? Good for you. Rock on then. What?
To się musi udać! To się musi udać! To się musi udać! Czad, podbicie to jeszcze, to się pewnie nie da podbić, ale podbicie psycha! Podbicie psycha! To się musi udać! Kim musi tańczyć z nami?
Who's
Yes.
the one in charge? You are.
Are you kidding me?
Tak jest!
What? Get a what?
Boogie woogie!
Sheesh, okay.
Okay, you psychopath. I see what you're doing there. It's jacked up footwork, plus is that Ubi folk dancing?
O kurwa.
Nah, it's not Ubi folk. It's hardcore.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh yeah? I did 15 years in the juvenile crime unit. I can do age inappropriate.
O kurwa.
Now, Check this shit out.
The lieutenant begins to heel kick the church floor with such intensity, it's reasonable to fear he'll kick a hole right through it, causing the floor to crack and the pillars to collapse, bringing the church roof down on all of you.
Ja, dupia.
It doesn't look like he'd give a shit either. The young man immediately bounces up and down, then assumes the same dance pattern, embellishing it with some sort of waving motion. The authority of the law is clearly unquestionable. The dynamic motion of your flailing body is bordering on the extreme. You're going off the charts. You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive will be a point of no return. Feels almost melancholy. Are you sure you have the entire posse along for this?
Lekko.
Here we go again. Hardcore fills the air. The sound above my head.
The what now? The sound above your what?
Above my hair, man.
Okay, this is too imbecilic.
O kurwa.
Excuse me.
O kurwa. Jebane dreszcze, nie! To może ciężkie w chuj, to może ciężkie w chuj. Widzowie. Widzowie. Nie, to się nie uda, za dużo już to się... Kurwa! To się nie uda. Ja pierdolę. Jebane dreszcze. Widzowie, troszkę budowy ciała, no kurwa. Fucking shit, ten było tak dobrze.
On the coast of the Martinique
Tak jest!
in a small weather-beaten stave church built 380 years ago by settlers from the Occident, most likely to guard against an anomaly at its center. An officer of the RCM is contorting his body into idiotically rigid shapes as he invents the future of dance music. It's the hardest anyone has ever danced.
I am la Rebachelière.
Co?
I am the city.
O kurwa.
The modulations of my voice are noted down with thermometers and barometers. You feel me in your nostrils.
O
On the little
kurwa.
hairs on the back of your neck. I also reside in your lungs and vestigial organs. Everywhere there is space. I am a fragment of the world spirit, the genius Loki of Revachol. My heart is the wind corridor. The bottom of my air is red. I have 100,000 luminous arms.
Co jest?
Come morning, I carry industrial dust and let it settle on tree leaves. I shake the dust from those leaves and onto your coat. I've seen you. I've seen you. I've seen you with her. And I've seen you without her. I've seen you on the crescent of the hill. You are an officer of the citizens' militia, jaunt in rebut. When you wear your coat, you wear my soul. You move through my streets freely, in motor carriages and on foot. You have access to the hidden places. You also circulate among those who are hidden.
Kurwa.
I need you. You can keep me on this earth. Be vigilant. I love you.
O kurwa.
An officer of the RCM is lying on the floor of a small church with his eyes rolled back and his tongue lolling out. Several others are standing around him. He slowly comes to.
Tego się nie spodziewałem.
Had a good rest there?
Fuck yeah!
I bet you did. Those were some advanced moves, man.
That's all great, but we should really get going. We spent enough time doing aerobic exercise for today.
Jo, dupia.
You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned the volume down. Such is his respect.
Man! Now, man! Now imagine if we could do that, right? But with like 1,000 people.
End of human development. Mission complete.
All right!
You're absolutely beat. Muscles relaxed and feet like noodles underneath.
Goodbye, officer.
Ale dym. Ale dym.
Park.
Yo, man.
Yes, what is it?
Czy on się zbugował? Nie idzie z nim pogadać, nie idzie do niego podejść. Coś zbugowało? Zrecytujmy go może. A, zbugował się. Chłopa odsunęło od konsolety.
Good morning!
Okej.
Oh, the god of dance is back! Goodbye, officer.
Niesamowite. Niesamowite. Randy w kościele. Zajebiste to było. Piękny kłaścik. Dobra, they call me mañana. Okej. Chyba już nic. Możemy ruszyć. A my jeszcze, o kurwa, dobra, jeszcze mamy guma do sprawdzenia. To jest w sumie do zrobienia teraz. Zróbmy sobie save'a i sprawdźmy sobie gumę.
There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. The surface of another planet or some ancient temple. Bitter, citrus, sweet. It seems to grow stronger like a glow with every breath you take until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind your closed eyes. Made of toffee, cream, and distance. You just had to take a dive. Feels so familiar. The sun sets into the sea, but the water does not boil. Instead, it turns to liquid gold. For a moment, the world's store of precious metals seems to increase dramatically, and you are rich. There is a movement next to you, the shuffle of a small coat, warm like the evening. But when you turn toward it, there's nothing there. Why are you talking to a gum wrapper? Yes, from the height of antiquity, a long time ago, millennia ago, on an island of time you can never return to.
Okay. Okej. Mówię to wielkie porządki potem jako ostatnie se tutaj wpierdolił. La 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 la, dobra. Mapa. They call me mañana.
Hola, wandering man. How can I have a key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Of course, I got you. You don't know anything. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. Oh, so the none of the above type, are you? I get it, I get it. I like to keep my distance too. But it doesn't matter. It's a good thing you're doing. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the wailing in rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
He means he's not going to tell you cause he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're working for Everard. Who he is and what they're fighting for. This is interesting.
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with it. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Is he actually comparing you, an officer of the law, to some neighborhood vigilante? Come on. He's just trying to keep the peace. The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
We're negotiating our share. Aye.
The man whispers.
Okay. They call me mañana. Nie tędy, kurde.
The door has braved. As you turn to...
We should leave and go talk with Everard. Tell him what happened, that we couldn't open the door. Maybe there's a workaround.
Okej. Możemy odpuścić. Chciałem jeszcze zobaczyć co mam ubrane. Nie chciałem tego kurwa leski Peru zrobić.
door has braved the elements for decades. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and so is the knocker, shaped like a lion's head.
O, pukam.
No answer. Not a sound. The silence is eerie. Even the darkness is holding its breath inside the apartment.
That already defeats the point, doesn't it? Let's get out of here.
Dobra, wchodzimy.
The key stops midway in the lock. Something's blocking its path. Not a sound is coming from the apartment. The tenant's key is in the lock. The lieutenant looks first at the door, then back at you, then signals you to back off from the door.
Okej. No nie wyszło najlepiej. Nie wyszło najlepiej. Lululu.
Mr. Dubois, every worker for himself, right? You fucked up. You waited too long, the weasel came back, and now you can't open the door I asked you to open. Everard forgives, Harry. Don't cry, my boy. It's gonna be all right. I'm still gonna tell you about the murder. That's just the way I am. Benevolent. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines, sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire? I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa.
Nie udało nam się
You name
otworzyć.
it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical and so is the village, but the mercs and their brutality are very real. Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
O kurwa.
Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it. But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill. There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly. They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
Despite his boastful tone, he's having doubts about something. But what? Maybe he doesn't believe the boys really had it in them. They're his boys, after all.
That's very clever, Harry. Yes, they might have said it just to impress some girls or something. But Titus has a bad temper, so the chances are 50-50. Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
That's him allowing the police to ask his men questions.
But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he has to say.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else? Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal. How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes. Absolutely, Harry. Absolutely. Sock it to me. So they shot him?
He was shot in the head before he was hanged.
How odd. I don't know what to say, Lieutenant. They told me they hanged him. A hanged man is what I saw when I took a look into that yard. What I do know is, the case is in safe hands. If anyone can get to the bottom of this shot and hanged man, it's my 2 little policemen. Godspeed, policeman.
Okej.
Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet. Yes, Harry, it's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left. So you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
What does your heart tell you about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell you to forget about it? Or do you think it wants to be found? I think it's lonely and cold. I think it wants to be found, and I have a proposal for you.
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm going to hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can, deliberately omitting things.
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. Yes, the little cul-de-sac on the coast, where all the men have drowned in either the sea or the bottle, a gloomy place, doesn't have that Union attitude.
You're already pretty deep into this. What's a little more? No one can see you here in Martinez.
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Am I? Harry, these people, Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them. We're gonna build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry.
He means it.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the waterlock, but it should be fixed now. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then we can talk about your gun. Most certainly, Harry. By all means, Harry.
Może lepiej nie przy nim, co? Może lepiej nie przy nim. Leo też się wydaje, kurwa, jakby mógł strzelić z ucha.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the addendum. The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall.
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
How else are you going to build something?
Troszkę logiczki. Troszkę logiczki. Pim, 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 pim. O. O. Na ryby nawika, nie, to była encyklopedia. A, były. O.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction
Rozumność,
period
rozumność
and
widzowie,
zoning plan
rozumność.
in the addendum. There doesn't seem to be anything of interest here. No fine print. You're smart. You can read.
XDDDD.
Idź pan w chuj. Idź pan w chuj. To jest w ogóle, co to jest za bonus? +1 do metod pośredniego opodatkowania. Co to kurwa jest? Z reakcji? Nie.
The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk straps. After spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes on your tired feet? Beautiful things give you a rush. It's power. Crafting your style, draping your flesh in silken leather, deciding how to present yourself to the world. Remember, when they come to take it away from you, you worked for those shoes. Whether you like it or not, wearing these shoes has made you more liberal. Ultra-liberal. They're either a gateway drug or a booster pack to get you deeper into free market ideology.
Dziwne. Dziwne wpływy.
Hola, Wandering Man.
It's you again. What is it? Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with you. Is that it, lawman?
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
I would, though.
Typical Beano Claude. Always a tattletale. Everard sent word you two would be around again. That's the only reason I'm being so forthcoming with you. Don't wear it out.
But having Everard back you up like that did seem to have some effect.
Aha, no i chuj.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Crenell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Oogie woogie.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen? We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home. I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
That was an unsure phrasing.
Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal. So are the local gangs, the fucking Barmy army, and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals with decades of combat experience. They are not a gang or a Barmy army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think. What do you mean, okay?
Jak już raz znajdę, was zgubiłem! No szczerze, teraz to tak myślę. Może ich za bardzo nie lubię, nie? Może ich za bardzo nie lubię. Ale jednak jestem lokalnym policjantem. I jeśli to są jacyś kurwa chachmęciorzy wynajęci przez firmę, jakiś ugabugi i będą do ludzi cywilów strzelać, mimo że to nie są najlepsi kurwa grzeczni ludzie, no to muszę im pomóc, nie?
We don't need you or your lost gun. We all have our guns. We'll just use those if it's okay with you.
Last gun or not, you're going to need help. We are offering it.
Okay, I accept the offer, but I'll believe it when I see it.
He appreciates it, but can only accept it conditionally.
Ciekawe.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you...
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Że będzie dało się jakoś pytać o te kurwa
Again?
kruczki, prawda? No chyba nie bardzo.
What is it?
Why? Lipa, lipa, lipa. Myśmy tam mieli z nim do pogadania w sumie. Czy to na zasadzie, że się z nim dogadać i zgodzić? Czy na zasadzie, że go chcę robić?
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Ściągnę latara. Ściągnąć latara.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any question.
The pawnbroker's gate.
Nic nie za bardzo, niczym ciekawym już pogadać.
All the old... A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Ciekawe, czy jest pojebane zakończenie z latarnią.
The trap is full of locusts, but poor thing.
Waves are beginning to die down.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me. But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer?
Ile mam brakuje expa? Chuj. Trzeba było jakiś duży quest zrobić, a nie mamy raczej szans na zrobienie żadnego dużego questa poza porozmawianiem z nią. Może oddamy naszą kurtkę, co? No w sumie nie jest tako dobro. No w sumie nie jest tako dobro. Taka logika nam się bardziej przyda. A może te dzieci się podpiszą i chuj, wyjebane.
Tequila sunset.
My jacket?
A look of consternation crosses the man's face. He looks at you, then at his bottle, then back at you.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila? Faun? That's medium concept stuff, not my style at all. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe you should lay off the booze. It's fucking with your head. That shit is so medium concept, I wouldn't touch it with a stick. But yeah, okay. I'm sure it looks great on you.
It's an okay jacket, if you are into that look. Okay, let's step aside for a second. I have something I want to talk about.
Okay, ciekawe.
I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style.
O kurwa.
It's, well, a little eclectic, don't you think? How would you even describe what you're wearing?
Szulerski szyk. Wyzwana supergwiazda. Zwyklactwo. Biurowy prorok. Tylko ubranie. Co za różnica. Nie no, stylowo kurwa. Supergwiazda.
Well, I can't say it doesn't fit you. Still, you might try branching out a little. You know the expression, the clothes make the man. The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case. Let's go.
Okej. Dziewięć expa, kurwa. Gdzieś musi leżeć. Gdzieś musi leżeć te 9 expa.
The legend! He's back. And firstly, I got smokes and piss. Oh. The system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard. You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Got my hands on 3 bottles of liquor exquise, sold 2 to the fellows around here, and immediately invested the profit. Bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now, I've got everyone on my hook. Permit? Who gives a shit? You want to buy something? Grease the wheels, buddy boy.
There's no waking him from his stupor. His mind is elsewhere. The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Maybe there's some kind of reason why they're laughing. An interesting reason. The boy stops laughing and looks at his toes. Oh, okay. So now he's shy. Now he's not talking. Just wobbling around like...
Panie Dali.
Our tenant, the policeman.
Is that the phasmid? It looks like the phasmid, leaning against the wall.
Gdzie? Gdzie? To u góry?
Wait. What if this is the fishing rod situation all over again?
Najlepsze jest to, że sytuacja z wędką wyglądała tak, że była tylko myśl, czy to jest na pewno wędka? I nie mam grzech jej dalej kontynuować, a on tutaj zagaduje jakby miał coś tam więcej. Złapię go. Złapię go.
It's not the phasmid. It's not even organic. It's a fire iron. How disappointing. Right? You'll have better luck next time, though. The phasmid, finding it is your destiny.
Prawie.
Mister, what were you doing in my fireplace? Oh. Okay. Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom? That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or anything.
Okej.
Bye!
Będziemy szukać expa. Podróż w poszukiwaniu expa, żeby logika wbić. Pik, 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 pik.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years. Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase.
No, I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer. Maybe some other small talk.
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I pass my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
His hands lead the way when it comes to that. And his shoulders. It's reflex.
Okay.
There's some tear. You see, a once bright mural towering above you. A slogan used to...
Good evening. I do have some...
He's not gonna get... No, I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a
Of course, Detective. I wouldn't have assumed anything else. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the Vespertine Department of Justice has published a rather interesting paper on the criminal profiling in former... If not, then you definitely should. If not for tips and tricks, then just for theoretical curiosity. Anyway, that's just a little something that sprang to mind.
Forget it. They don't sell those kind of books at...
Sure. What's on your mind? But of course.
Ciekawe, że tam coś jest, się nie da tam dostać. Potem kurwa odkręcił coś. O. Intrygatorek.
A few local... Poor thing. The trap is filled with dead and dying. Poor thing.
Intrygator.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. Life is garbage.
Kurwa. Tam gdzie po prostu zadzwonić jeszcze raz, ale jaki to by, czy tam coś się zmieni jeszcze? O.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. This life is garbage. You dial in the middle of calling. calling, 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 calling. It looks like she doesn't want to pick it up, Harry. Stop scaring her. Calling, calling.
Harry, please. Please. I'm going to hang up now, okay?
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone. You dial the number at calling, 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 calling. And calling for who knows how long, but no one answers. You The cold metal is hard and hurts your knuckles. You look at them, turning purple. It didn't give you any fun for that money. Your hand is turning blue now. Bent metal, broken glass. Your path lies strewn with the broken forms of everyday You are the destroyer,
O
the
kurwa,
bane of inanimate matter.
ale mnie oświetliło. To wkurwione.
Kudos. A metal payphone under a yellow plastic
No nie
dome.
zadzwonię.
There's a life is garbage.
Życie to syf. Fucking. Jest problem. Plus 1 punkt doświadczenia za każdą klikniętą kulę. I nie daje mi to doświadczenia. Mimo, że to mam. Cały czas potrzebuję 7 doświadczenia, a kliknę w tych kuli już kurwa z 6. I w ogóle znalazł jak schody, kurwa, na tym budynku, gdzie się ten ojciec z synem patrzy, tylko nie da się tam dostać w żaden sposób.
Just dead and off.
O, i patrz, jest kulka, klikam. Do tego czy tam znajdował się silnik, musi być wielki. To jest żart. No przysięgam, że klikał te kulki! Kurwa, no, jest to na wodzie, że je klikał! Ja pierdolę! Czemu teraz zadziałało? Czemu teraz zadziałało? Jaki bezsens! Naprawdę naklikał tych kulek dużo. Czemu dopiero teraz zadziałało? Kurwa, troszkę expa mi brakuje, no. Kawalątek. O, a jakby zrobić zręczne palce? Z babuszką gadałeś? Tak, tak. To znaczy, no nie kazał mi tego jeszcze podpisać, ale... Jakby zrobić zręczne palce... Aha, to chyba było, że ukraść, to nie było, że tu.
A cockatoo is a parrot with an... This book talks about...
A czytali?
You stare at... The worn map feature...
To już wszystko. Nie by jeszcze mogli tu... Jakby teraz pójść do Joyce? Powiedzieć o tym wszystkim, co mi się da, może o niej coś? No naprawdę, że nie chciał wyruchać tych ludzi w wiosce. Wydaje mi się, że jak oni się dowiedzieli, co tam jest za kruczek prawny, to będą to pomogło ich nie wyruchać.
You're back. Good.
Albo na przykład przebrać się, jakieś rzeczy, podbudowa ciała. Pewna elektrochemia. O, to jest ciekawe. Ubrać się w chuj na elektrochemię i pochodzić i może będę zwracać uwagę na inne rzeczy. Kwestia stosowania, to też jest ciekawe. Jak ja uwierzamy, to coś się zmieni? Gdzie jakoś myśl? O.
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party.
Nah.
Let's hope no one saw you wearing those outrageously regular, almost moralist pants.
O, nie wyjebał. No nieźle. No nieźle. No, tak samo, nie? Bo to jest to. Nie wiem. Spróbujmy tak sobie pobiegać. Zobaczmy, czy na coś zwrócimy uwagę.
The door has break.
Powiem warto. Chyba nie warto. Kurwa no. Że jedno w drzewo?
The gnarled hawthorn. The hawthorn tree is disappointed by your betrayal and psychopathic tendencies. The pain, it is nothing. Revel in it. Absorb it. Gain power from it. Yes, your pain.
Kurwa, 2 expa brakuje.
The pain of a tree is mute.
Had enough assaulting Madre Natura? We should get moving.
The gnarled hawthorn.
2 expa. Pobijmy jeszcze, kurwa, skrzynkę na listy. I lornetkę. A nóż. Też tak myślę, też tak myślę.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its
O kurwa. O kurwa, złamałem piszel!
There is a hollow ring as your toe has
Ale
suffered
przeżyjemy to.
damage. It hurts.
Cool. You really showed that.
He does not actually think it's cool. If anything, the lieutenant feels sorry for the poor box. He's leaning in to inspect the layers of graffito that deface it. The lieutenant pats the box, dodged the bullet there. He must see the box as the weaker of the two. And
Tak. Ja pierdolę gdzieś tamto.
this coin-operated viewer is facing southwest.
Dało się któryś pierdolnąć?
This coin-operated viewer
Fuck! Fuck! Kończyły nam się opcje do jebania. O! O! Where? Jej! 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 Dobra, teraz pod logika trzeba się ubrać. Full logika. Full logika. Logika. Logika, logika, logika. To jest chyba mój full logiczny ubiór, nie? Nic bardziej logicznego nie było. Okej.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope.
Czat.
A 12 to 40
Rozumności
month
troszkę.
construction
Troszkę
period
rozumności,
and the
czat.
zoning
Czat,
plan
troszkę
in the
rozumności.
addendum. Again, the document doesn't seem to have any hidden clause. Maybe, just maybe, what you see is what you get with Mr. Everard.
Załamy się. Dobra, ale odblokowało się dużo rzeczy. Odblokowało się dużo rzeczy. Dużo rzeczy się odblokowało. Ta ściana, rozmowa z Kimem i pudełko okularów.
Yes?
Kurwa, to znowu jest logika. Matko bosko.
Yes?
You get over what's left of your frontal.
Konceptualizacja. Na obydwu konceptualizacja.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Czat. Rozumność. We need rozumność. Dramat. Dramat, kurwa.
Yeah. Why?
Why must we...
To jest niemożliwe, nie? To jest...
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a life.
No luck.
Oh!
Hey,
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
Jebane. Jebane. Idę kurwa zrównać z ziemią. Ten chuj, wszystko spłonie kurwa. Chciałem być dobrym gliną. Świat mnie jebie. Ja będę jebać świat. Chuj kurwa. Wyjebane. Teleportacja. Słuchaj, nie chciałeś iść ze mną na randkę, to teraz kurwa będziesz mieszkać w dziurze.
Roads are beginning to die down. Where are you? This says by signing I agree to living with construction noise. What exactly is the union building? What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that.
she sounds incredulous about the niceness of the idea.
He has a pen and everything. Here you go. You're welcome.
Jebane. Chuj. Płoną żywcem.
Our tenant, the policeman. Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all this scribble. Tell me what it says. Huh. I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part. The part we need to get out of our houses. I see Lillian's name is already here. The girl is too trusting. Either way, I won't sign union papers. I've seen it all before. You think they've got our interests at heart? Rich men are always selling poor men promises we never planned to keep. Then the poor get pushed out of their homes and the rich get a little richer. That's the way it goes. So no, I don't trust the fat man, and neither should you.
She speaks with the authority of a leader. Hers is the final word around here.
Dobra, słuchaj.
It's only in their best interest to listen to you. You know how the world works.
I've heard that pitch before plenty. Building this, building that, new jobs, new blood. Somehow the people here always end up holding the short end of the stick. Were you dropped on the head as a kid? You can't live off a pittance for long. Do you know who takes the cream off these deals? Real estate developers, construction companies, restaurant owners, clerks, accountants in life. Have some integrity. You're an officer of the law. Not some...
It's okay. She's emotional right now. Keep at it. We're her out. You know, there could be another way. You need to go someplace private.
Ty chcesz, żeby jeszcze coś więcej z nią pogadał? Chciałem w zasadzie, żeby spróbował ją przekonać. To już drugi raz, kiedy wyciągasz wam. Aha, na co zasadzie. No to chuj. Chciałem powiedzieć, że nie udało mi się drugiego podpisu zdobyć. Bez sensu to wysłać z jednym podpisem. No jest inna opcja. Jest inna opcja, ale nie chcę z niej korzystać.
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. That's such a relief. Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today?
Ale bez sens. Ale bez sens. Ale bez sens.
The dented yellow, but the documents inside the envelope still lack the record.
It's not going to be that easy. We need to dirty our hands with the signatures. I assume that's the goal here.
A kurwa? No, dobra, no ale... To jak mogę mu składać w żywe oczy, to czemu nie mogę tego wrzucić z jednym podpisem i powiedzieć, że chuj, wysług. I że nie do końca kłamał, bo wysług, ale nie ze wszystkimi podpisami. Co? Nie. Nie było nic takiego.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan. In the addendum, the youth center.
And no property.
How else are you going to build something?
Nie
It's
wiem, nic
always
takiego.
inconvenient to build things.
Nie wydaje mi się.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles.
Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here.
You take the legal
No
documents
i
out
co?
of the
Spokojne miejsce, nic nie można zrobić.
12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum. An old mirror hangs on the wall.
Mówiłem, że nie było nic takiego. No i jakie może być bardziej spokojne miejsce niż moja chata?
The worn and beat.
We can sit on benches after we've.
You can revisit.
No właśnie, no... Tak kompletnie nie kojarzę, coś było na ten... No to strasznie skonfundowało. Sprawdzić. Nie no, chyba sprawdził, nie? Chyba nie było, tak? O!
It's only a red chair. Just a red chair in an empty shack, with what looked like a dusty bow tie on the shelf. Nothing to see here.
In someone's abandoned shack. On the coast. In Martinez. In Ravachol.
He's afraid you've forgotten suddenly.
It's just a piece of clothing you've picked up. You do that, officer. You collect clothes sometimes.
He sounds a little worried. It's an odd habit.
You better not fucking think about ditching me for some shitty cum-stained bow tie! You and I are gearing up for the final showdown that's gonna be off all walls! You wait and see!
Yes, agreed. You should.
Nothing. It's just a piece of fur.
Red paint is peeling.
Zrobię najważniejszego.
You take the legal documents out of the youth center.
I'm no property.
How else are you going to be?
No nie no. Luźno, luźno.
Mr. Dubois, every worker for himself, right? No, you didn't. I know the mailman, Harry. I know everyone and everything that happens in this town, and I know there's no letter in that mailbox yet. Just like I know you'll get it done. Once you stop horsing around, let me know when it's done. I'm glad you are. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people, they are just gonna have...
Is he absolutely sure that...
Am I? We're gonna...
He means it.
By all means, Harry.
Ale pizda quest. W ogóle eksperyment. No nic, nie zostało się nam nic jak porozmawiać z Lasią, no. Nic więcej nie wykombinujemy. Jaków? Nie dało się,
So
w
this
ogóle
is
nie
where
było
they
chyba...
put 40 pinball machines to fix them up. A long time ago. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue. Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
Bo jakże do nich podbił z kurtką, nie? To chyba był moment, w którym ja szukał punktów do logiki, czyli miał ze sobą koperta, czyli nie dało się podpisać.
A creak. Some dust falls off a shelf.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of...
Remember the dice maker? Then that means...
Ah, yes, as the novelty dice maker said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure.
But then it went bankrupt.
If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story about bankruptcy.
It's not a ghost story.
It's a quest. It's a quest. Bigos? Głową?
Hey, was there something you needed? Another thing. Great. What? Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address from that whole thing.
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address.
Everyone knows of it. I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the Whirling. Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area? This pre-revolutionary tile work? These high ceilings, the nice rooms. Well, for 14
Przejdźmy z
years,
tym dalej, nie?
that's how long I've worked here. I've kept this place up.
He's done a fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the
Some real estate management company. They never come around here.
there is an acrimonious note. It's clear he...
Well, it sure as hell wasn't the real estate.
It was you?
You look surprised. Hail, holy...
Good pick.
Yeah. It's slow, even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area. Yes, your police skills have delivered. I'm sure you'll get a commendation. Maybe even... What about them? One is a basement dive.
He's hesitating, not sure if he should share...
The other is a kebab cart. It's very successful in its way, but it's nothing like the whirling. Whatever. Was there anything else? Because I need to think about how I'm going to get those pinball. Yes?
Okej. Okej. Właśnie, to za dużo. No nic, ruszamy. Ruszamy z najtrudniejszym. Myślę, że skończyło? Zakończyło się, nie? No tak, ale było warto. I save. Znowu ta nieszczęsna 19 czy tam 18. Kurwa. Dzień dobry.
Welcome to the roof.
Her hair is still slick from the shower.
Dobra, teraz fokus, bo tu jest taki mindfuck. Ona tak miesza.
I'm sorry for the
Ale
mess
teraz
down
wiemy
there.
dużo więcej.
The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
Ładnie mam państwo no. Przyjemne rzeczy, nie mam czasu przyjemności. Ładny widok.
It's much nicer now.
Where the dead body used to have.
Thank you for that, officer.
There is something in her light brown eyes. A sadness.
Okay.
When she thinks
No
about
i właśnie przy tym dialogu już by pewnie coś innego, już by nam nie podziękowała, nie? Już by nam nie podziękowała, jakby ciało dalej wisiało.
Oh, yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there.
O, witam, Susan.
Pietro? Po prostu wszystko tam rozwaliłem.
I know. That's probably also why the cleaning lady quit.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from...
Have I ever? This is the biggest fan of ostentatious orchestrations I have seen in my life. Oh yeah. Life gets hard, but we go on.
Jojo. Robiliśmy jojo.
That is not actually what
Nie
the
robię
voice
jojo.
sounds like. Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked...
Huh. I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult.
Yeah. It's pretty.
No one likes to talk about their dirty laundry and their empty bottles. Maybe if you phrase it emotionally.
No, tego my nie mieli. Wtedy chyba. Za pierwszą rozmową.
It is.
An evasive maneuver. Ask a follow-up.
Yeah. I'm trying not to lie to you here. Stop making it hard. The truth is, I'm a horrible girl. Windows break around me. It's not their fault.
You hear the scribbling of the loop. Feels like success.
Yeah. I've contaminated it pretty bad. The contamination spreads from room to room. First, for me, it's a mix of me with a lack talk around the establishment is.
Somewhere below, military-grade SAD is dripping off the walls. You should say the first thing. It's honest. It will lead to introspection.
Look at this duck, it's pretty cool. I wish that I could be this cool. Look at this duck, it's pretty cool.
Co się dzieje w mojej głowie?
I wish that I could be this cool.
Cool. I think I'm developing a pinch of that too. Thank you.
Technically, possession of... No, don't listen to the stiff. Be cool.
With money, sir. It's not exactly the NT star size caboodle I intend for it to be one day, but it comes in handy when you've done too many opioids.
Is that something that happens to you often?
Better safe than sorry. Oh, yes. One of my favorites. It, like, not being able to stay up for 36 hours, not being happy. It cures those ailments. Very funky. I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months. Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol. I always wanted to see the only city in the world in the worst.
This is by far not the only reason she's here. And she isn't really hiding it either.
I did not. Mystery solved then.
There may be more to this mystery at some later time.
A peephole?
Yes, looking into your bedroom.
Okay.
Idjita of fear and disgust moves through her body.
Do you think this is somehow connected to me? Okay. Do you have any way of knowing?
Unfortunately, no. But if I were to guess long enough.
Shit. I don't know. Maybe it's been there for a long time. I'll be fucking covering it up with a lot of tape, that's for sure. Was there anything else back there? Okay. I'm glad someone's had fun. Huh. This isn't good.
She's lost in thought.
Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window. Tall.
Clasier Amandu. I'm afraid you can't.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in...
Thank you for your candor.
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person. If I were to lie to you, okie dokie. Vrai de fort.
Wasn't the tattoo on the hand?
A bad memory, officer. Of lilacs and...
What's so bad about that?
Nothing.
The conference centers are filled with people who get...
Sooner or later, everyone... I'm 28. Something stupid.
Wanna hear what's stupid? His partner, he's warm, Mullins replies, because he's under...
No. But I need literature. It's what I fear fail.
If that's true, then... Revachol...
Nothing. I do nothing with it. Cool. I've made more money by just being many things.
It's the world's most tired smile.
The record. So official. Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen. It's a bit early in the morning for rate.
She sounds positively buoyant. Vivacious.
Is it? It is evening. Time flies, man. Yeah. I'm gonna go with no.
By him, she must...
Tell them it's not...
By they.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were...
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
Bullet? They stripped his clothes.
You mean after they hanged him?
I'm confused, so...
So am I.
Things are starting to go...
It's hard to know what to think about that answer. She's just tired. Don't push her too much.
They're frequent guests. Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter. Like I said, we met over drinks. We partied. With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little. Oh,
What did you do?
We drank, sir.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect. A little.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs. At the bar.
She appeared with longing.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that. Oh, yes.
A bitter cringe.
You called her?
Yes.
Jackpot.
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Revachol, miss.
I didn't exactly. With nail clippers.
So, she...
Did I?
Still, that's pretty clever tampering.
Thanks. I don't know, sir. It was stupid.
Thank you for making the quote.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd pretty much.
Warming them.
He had...
And his role in the...
I think he was in a security detail.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
I'm 89% sure. Cool.
She sincerely thinks it's very cool of you.
Ta rozmowa teraz poszła całkowicie inaczej. Ta rozmowa teraz poszła całkowicie inaczej. Nie wiem jak to jest kurwa możliwe, nie? Nie wiem jak to jest kurwa możliwe.
She breathes a
Should we head by downstairs, officer?
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Siła woli.
Why not?
Siła woli, siła woli, siła woli.
Looks like we have more to discuss.
Ale w sensie, że serio jesteś zdziwiony tak jak ja, czy nie?
Half their reasoning just went out the window. Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get... If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her. You think so? The best liars are...
Okay.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a
Troszkę psychy, troszkę psychy dajcie. Dajcie troszkę psychy. Troszkę psychy.
Soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from between her painted red lips. I have bad news for you. You know these guys? Who? Me? Yes, you. He's talking about you too. Me? Get out of here. These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along. I'm sorry I didn't catch it sooner. There's no way of knowing. All of how it always does. There's nothing you can do about it. No. It's better to know you're being played than to... I think it's safe to assume. Yes. No. No. Not an idiot. You can't draw a sound. She may want to control the information road. See? Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. The silence broke.
God, no.
Ciekawe. Ciekawe.
It's you again. What is it? Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be.
You've hit a nerve. Titus is furious.
For the record,
Oh, she's just in the.
Yeah, she.
This is a diversion. Stay on track.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope, and you went and pushed her.
Hit you.
Titus, hard.
Success.
Everard.
When she's angry, she emphasizes that, frankly, someone has to rush it.
Look, Copper. We know that fat choice to Hinty. Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man. You think we go into this? We have...
Understood?
Since way before there...
Things got nice and quiet after that. It's not advanced.
Don't put...
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth...
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
Where can I listen to this?
Yeah, play it with your ass, cock.
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
Your room had one. Or maybe it's too broken.
What's on it? We call it the door gun a mega mix. You'll know why. Won't you listen to it? You don't care about evidence. Bixty. I won't be on.
There's a lot of questions.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy. You do that. Oh, and keep it.
Okej. Co tu widał robić? No to już teraz jest speedrun. Teraz jest speedrun finałowy.
The portal is just we push.
This isn't Revachon. This is a fucking...
The harbor.
He's right.
When this shit is done, gonna run a room. I'll fucking do them all in. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrete on your portal.
End of recording. It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls. Yes.
There's more going on here than we know.
Corty could be short for Cortenard, one of the other mercenaries, the one he was talking to. Probably the mountain at the harbor gates. A village on the Samaran, who knows?
A symbol of...
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you?
Okej.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
She puts her coffee cup with a soft ring. This does not surprise her.
Did he? I never said he was a good man.
She doesn't care. If anything, she said...
Where did they get this?
It's intercepted radio
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style? Yeah. Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge? He liked the way it sounded when he wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did.
Yes.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normal running. He was like this.
When he said he was done, and done mentally, it didn't sound like a joke. Sounded like a deeply troubled man.
We're all scraping up Annie.
Did he tell you he had Actually,
No. We were too busy laying.
There is a small measure of pride in her.
thank you for clearing that up.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Bo inaczej to poszło, nie?
Like, for example,
Actually, officer,
a nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad.
Lelystad. We have a few questions you can help us with.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to the last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
In Oranje, officer.
Aranye? Aranye's map of...
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial.
Yes. We were...
Did that bring you together?
No.
No love for Mother Aranye. But wasn't he a soldier? This could be worth pursuing.
To nie tak, 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 Mentos. To nie tak, my cały czas robimy jedno, my nie zrobiliśmy jeszcze ani jednego zakończenia. Są żarty.
No. He was by no means a stupid man. A No, there's nothing on Moindy. The old world is... I love Revachol, though. He was 42.
42?
He had many...
We were slack...
A miss.
Blue. Light blue. Pardon the swearing.
He had a combat wound?
Yes.
Ah, yeah.
It was light brown. Oh.
It's clear she liked it.
Sure. Waterways. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though. How? He's smoking, and the woman goes... And he said... And so it goes. Oh, yeah. No, thank you.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself. It is when you're high. It can be very exciting. Why do you ask? Well, it's wrong. He had too many drinks to down and too many bad things. It very well could be. What do I mean? I have no idea. That's not funny, officer. A real... How much does the...
It's quite expensive, miss. But we'll manage without your help.
Good for you.
What do you think?
I don't know how...
Is she avoid? Technically not.
Alright.
Okej. Punkt umiejętności. Zajebiście. Możemy na logikę spróbować.
Coolly, gracefully, she...
Logiczna czapka. Trzeba logiczne okulary, nie? Które mamy to? Logika +3. Serious Gaming, dokładnie. Więcej logiki.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12
Czad, troszkę rozumności poproszę, troszkę rozumności.
In the addendum. Underneath all this, Lillian's signature and an empty line waiting for a signee. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 14 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door. Once the construction starts, it will probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
Of course, I should have seen it. Everard probably has eyes on us, but if the second signature were to be somehow wrong?
He won't say it outright, but he's suggesting
I tutaj
forgery.
fałszerstwo.
Forgery, yes. It would render the document invalid. It's not the sort of act I would normally encourage, but under the circumstances, if done discreetly.
Or you could try to trick Everard. Get someone random to sign the document. By the time the union boss finds out, your business here will already be concluded. With a confident flourish, you complete your forgery. What do you see on the signature line? Indeed, to be honest, it does look very convincing. The calligraphy is close to superb. It might as well be her actual signature.
Good. Everard will have to start over with his scheming. When she denies that this is her signature, the document will be rendered null and void. Any halfway competent notary should be able to handle this. Not getting her signature was probably the best thing to do. Now all we have to do is mail these. I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
Yes.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet.
Yes, for sending mail.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what about a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug Everard. You know he's going to play you somehow.
All right, let's go back to Everard.
Kurwa jaja ze mnie robisz! To była ta 1 minuta. O 22:29 by jeszcze byli. Bo tutaj ty... Kurwa mać. I co, i powiesz, że Titusa też nie ma? Kurwa, dobra, chociaż tyle.
It's you again. What is it? And fucking fuck.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
Fucking fuck.
Sounds like he wanted it to change her mind about the hanged man. This is definitely personal.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was
funny. No, right. All fucking righty then.
Please try to control your...
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this?
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
Nah, I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head. What kind of pro?
No, he's not saying that. Forget about it.
Yeah, they're all queers.
That's alright, Glenn.
Yeah, that was fun.
He wanted her to see the man for what he was.
I just got too worked up. Big man lost his shit. It's cool now. I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in it. The man is slowing down.
Come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him.
You know what? I am. Next time you see her, tell her that lion. Yeah.
On the floor.
What is this quiet funeral?
How do we make 100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
Convince Titus he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Just remember, it's a...
Huh?
He'll get it. Go on.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Bring that up one more time.
Yes, I understand, Alain. That's your name, right, Alain? You'll kill us. That's what they do in the Wild North.
It wasn't that.
That's it.
Officer.
Firearm. He's onto you. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo. The lieutenant. What? Go for it. The lieutenant has his eyes set.
No. I'm not gonna do it. I'm too old for a shot like that now.
Suddenly, there's an awful ringing in your ears. Your body temperature spikes. You're burning all over. With fear. To your right, you sense the air move. The lieutenant draws his firearm.
To się ostatnio wydarzyło.
You only manage to perform one more movement. An instinctive jerk to your left. Then, no sound. No one scream. More dead cops. Sad news from the district of Martinez, as the bodies of 2 police officers are found floating in the canal. It is believed the officers were pursuing a murder investigation, but got caught in the dock workers' strike.
Jak to się stało?
Circumstances. Such needless loss of life is truly tragic, a local union leader, Everard Clare, commented, and added that although the event is truly horrid, we can expect similar incidents to follow if right-wing vigilantes are allowed to run around uncontrolled and try to wriggle their way into well-organized.
Mama. O jest. Kurwa, jeszcze safe. To jest ten safe, o którym my mówili, że to jest ten zły safe. Półtorej godziny w dupie.
Looks like we have more to do. Nothing will make them respect her. What else could she have done? Like, if not you, then me. It was... You think so? The best lie...
Pokurwi mnie, naprawdę mnie pokurwi. Naprawdę mnie pokurwi.
It's you again. What is it? Fuck!
You've hit him.
For the...
Gosh, just...
Yes.
This is a diversion. Stay on track.
Lawman, and you...
Hit you.
Titus!
Success.
Everard.
When she's friendly, someone has...
Look, Copper, show it to him.
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent. You think we have machine...
Understood?
Since when...
Things got nice and quiet. It's not advanced.
Don't...
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something.
What's on it? We call it the door gun.
I'm sure.
Where can I...
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Your room had one.
You don't...
Big Steve.
I won't...
There's a lot.
Don't forget your tape. You do that. Oh.
Bo jeszcze nie mogę wysłać.
The porter reel is being pushed.
The harbor.
He's right.
Oh.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arete.
End of record. It seemed authentic enough. Probably. Yes.
There's more going on.
Corti could be a village on the... Who knows?
A symbol?
I think we've got...
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
No nie zrobili tego. Siła woli. Teraz ona się na pewno nie uda, nie? Oj, coś jeszcze? No. To już jest kurwa przesada.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Soft. I have bad... You know who?
Thank you.
Yes, you too. Me, these guys are compromised. Believe it. There's no way. All of them. How it always... There's nothing you can do about it. No. It's better to know your... I think it's... No. Not an idiot. You can't... She may. See? Don't worry. It's the sun.
God, no.
She put with a so... This doesn't...
Did he?
She does.
It's inter...
Does he say he's gonna do... Yeah. Did he say whores? He liked the way it's... He wasn't actually there.
Yes.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did. Running. He was like...
When he said he was done, and done mentally, it didn't sound like a joke.
Afraid of what? Had I...
Did he tell you he had...
No.
There is a...
Thank you for clearing that.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee.
Like for...
Actually...
A nickname?
I guess.
Lelystad. We have a few...
The young woman, the last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh. Ranier?
You were almost right, officer. That means...
Yes.
Did that...
No.
No love for Mother.
No. He was by no means a stupid man. No. I love Revachol, though. He was 40.
42?
He had many scars that were even...
We were...
A miss.
Blue. Pardon this.
He had a...
Yes.
Ah, yes.
It was light brown. Oh.
It's clear she liked it.
Sure. What are we? How? He's smoking. And the woman goes... And he said... And so it goes... Oh, yeah. No thanks.
Go on.
He was a blue... He went to Killer Academy Infinitive... It is when you're high. It can be very... Why do...
Just have her answer the question. Don't give explanations.
O, to jest przejebane, że teraz nam to wskoczyło. Bo tak my nie mieli tej odpowiedzi. No to już teraz rozumiem, czemu to wtedy poszło trochę inaczej.
I don't think he enjoyed dying, officer. It very well... What do I mean? That's not funny, officer. How much does that...
It's quite expensive, miss.
Good for you.
What do you think?
I don't know how it seems...
Is she avoiding anything? Technically not. Technically not.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Dobra, teraz jest 22:25, damy radę. Logika. Strój logiki. Logiczny strój. Dobra. Pojebało z tłumaczeniem.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning
Rozumność, czat.
addendum.
Czat.
Underneath all this, Lillian's signature and an empty line waiting for a signee. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents, once the construction starts...
Of course. Eval probably...
He won't say it.
Forgery, yes. It's not the sort...
Or you could try to trick Everard.
O kurwa.
Get someone random to sign the document.
O kurwa, ludzie mnie tu widzą tutaj.
Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42? Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition. How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol as you could ask either one of them.
Kurwa!
Huh. How old do I think you are?
She's buying time to formulate the best. Look who's finally awake.
I don't know. 40? I was like 9 when OO peaked. That was what, 19 years ago? I liked them when I was 9. You couldn't have liked it when you were 40. Let's say you were 20-something. 25. A good disco age. 25 plus 19 is 44. I'm gonna say...
Wow.
Yeah. I have a university degree, you know? Absolutely.
Yes, miss, but for him that number is 56.
O kurwa.
Wait. This requires scientific measurements. To the laboratorium.
No nieźle. Kurwa! I znowu przez to, żeby ta myśl zrobili, to znowu nam przeleciał czas. Ja pierdolę.
You take the legal documents out of the
Kto
envelope.
mnie tu może obserwować?
12 to 40 month construction period and the zone.
Co jest? Nikogo nie ma.
take the legal documents out of the envelope with a confident indeed.
Good. Now all we have to do is mail.
Hit. Realnie hit nad hitami.
The dented yellow mailbox.
Yes, for sending mail.
You dropped the about a week probably did the.
All right, let's go back to.
Save. Wiem. Wiem. Ale czemu kurwa to teraz...
It's you again. What is it?
XDDDD.
XDDDD.
And
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
No shit.
Sounds like he wanted it to change her mind about the hanged man. This is
Yes.
Funny.
Please try to control.
This is just...
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
Nah. I know her. She's what kind of...
No, he's not saying that. Forget about it.
Yeah, they're all...
That's all.
Yeah.
He wanted us.
I just got too worked up. Big man lost his... I already told...
This less gut the man is...
Come on, Titus.
You know, next night... Yeah.
On the floor.
What is...
How do we make 100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
Convince Titus he's being... Just remember.
Huh?
He'll get it.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you.
Bring that...
Yes, I understand, Alain. That's your name, right, Alain?
It wasn't that...
That's it.
Officer.
Fire. He's onto you. Steal yourself.
Tutaj chyba coś,
Push
nie?
him. Just ignore Theo. The lieutenant. What? What? Go for it.
Może na...
The lieutenant has his
Angusa, a nie
eyes
na
set
Theo.
on the fat guy. Push Angus.
We didn't kill him.
Okej.
Shut up,
No złego my
Angus.
popatrzyli, okej.
Fatty!
Dennis! Angie.
I left it...
Why are you so
Lizzie.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
What just happened? You're in. He's all yours. Questions. The lieutenant gives a smile. Only you can see.
In a manner of speaking, we had help from another girl. It was her idea to hang him, and I liked it, for political reasons. Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt...
A little too far there, but you're definitely...
That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway. Glad you understand that. Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside. I'm thinking someone's past.
Hers, you mean?
She's got one of those. Checkered.
I like that. Been thinking...
I do. One of those. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage point.
He's calm now. Threw all that turmoil away and
Me too.
He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover...
Another nod.
'Cause the girls asked us to.
Girls plural?
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea.
He doesn't think she did.
Classier came down. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've done this job for 10 years.
Good analogy, Bart.
You don't get to talk. We went upstairs. Sure as day the merc was dead.
He means they'd been fucking?
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse we hanged. You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own. Oh, you meant that kind of train. They're powerful.
And why would you help
Why would I? I guess. Nah, he's my brother.
Right now, he's gratefully...
You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go, Klasia, came to Martin.
Still, after all this headache.
That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple.
We'll take that into...
Przeżyliśmy w ogóle, wow! Jej! No kurwa, kobito, gdzieś ty poszła? Pojebana baba. Pojebana baba. Mam się nie... O, z kimem mogę metalogika zrobić w sumie. Jeszcze na dobranoc. Jeszcze trochę logiki na dobranoc. Okulary na logikę. Czapka na logikę i płaszczyk na logikę.
Yes?
Tobie? Let's go!
Look at you.
Oh.
It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late.
I've considered it. It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional, but I also think it's somewhat unlikely. I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win. I am the finest of nothing.
O kurwa.
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there.
Hopie, my już 4 dni razem robimy, co ty
So
gadasz?
no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
He's right. There are no airtight theories. Just It's getting cold.
Good night, officer.
Mitsu, Vitsu.
The bed is comforting. The bed underneath you is soft, if lumpy. Waves wash
Like a deftly cast fishing net,
sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately?
This bastard isn't...
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people. And then forgets about it.
Hear that? Iceman wants to sleep. He doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing. It's much, much worse than that.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are...
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
Of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later.
Everything is so okay. Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
O kurwa. Ciekawe. Andrzejku, kurwa. Stajemy i lecimy. Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman, kurwa. Co to za zmulanie?
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. The prick is gone. I can barely believe it, but he's really gone.
Co?
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute cunt.
Co?
His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is.
O kurwa.
Wait, did he push himself to prove he can pull his weight and doesn't need handouts?
Guess he was about to head home. Cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the coquetry uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, cause he's gonna be buried without it.
What the fuck?
That means the uniform could still be in the guard booth. Something to keep in mind if you really plan to give yourself to Revachol.
No, René was the most stubborn man in Revachol. Nothing you or I could say would ever push him to do anything. The man was completely immovable.
He has doubts, but right now, he just wants to move on and not think about it.
I repeat, an absolute cunt. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper.
O, to wszystko najlepszego dla ziomka.
The only people who could stand to be around him
O,
were
no i
Jenny.
ładny prezent.
She saw something in him when we were just kids and...
O kurwa, ten jeszcze go kurwa zakacza okrot. Chłopie. Fajnie, żeś mu wziął jego prezent.
And she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful
Cześć,
being in the
zajebiście.
world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to. We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that... Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were?
Powiedz.
In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. He lived a cunt, and he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that.
O kurwa. O kurwa.
I took them for myself. Took them to remember that old cunt. Nobody knew him better than I did. And I want to remember that old cunt by something.
Strange how old cunt sounds almost gentle when he says it. Now.
Let me see. This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade. Young René looked so happy, and Jenny... I'm sorry, officer. I just... Thank you. Thank you for this little memorabilia.
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo. Yes, we are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone.
Despite their
Ja pierdolę, no
these
dym.
men played such a significant part in each other's lives that now that one of them is gone, the other feels just lost.
I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something.
No trochę to. Na czym byłeś, Szymek? Na wujasie? Tam jakiś ten special event, co był?
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door, take it. It's just there. Who cares? It's not like, generally speaking, it would be dishonorable to take it. But then, it looks like a military uniform, and wearing that is very honorable. So...
No, nie bierzemy go. Nie bierzemy go. No to najsik, no to najsik.
Mr. Dubois, every work... The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. I already knew this. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a real future, Harry, and I feel I can finally trust you now. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun, nothing is off the table.
Oh, Bratan, you play the old man like a three-string banjo. He has no idea.
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done. An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character, so watch out.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as...
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Why?
Union Boy's gonna help you fix it. He winks at you. Don't...
The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debardeurs Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building. Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
There it is again. The Pigs. Like Roy said. Not...
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt.
It sounds like a very disturbed and desperate individual.
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this.
Kurwa, jeszcze na koniec dnia, czyli... O cię chuj! Jak wczoraj do...
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Harry, by now you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. However, if the construction noise and limited street access makes some people consider moving...
Że się przeczekać, wiem, tylko no kolejny dzień minie, nie? Nie o to mi chodziło mi o to, że wiesz, że tak już Brzeg ten cały dzień chodził z bronią i mógłby Brzeg z nim coś działać, nie?
Well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout where those poor people can finally enjoy a significant uptick in quality of life. I'm talking real affordable workers' palaces.
Szymek, bo przyszedłeś i mi się udziela. Tak działa.
So the village is doomed.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, there's nothing left. But mark my words, officers, we are going to reset it. Reset. I have big plans for Martinez, and they do not include humans living in those pig sheds on the coast. That land will be used for municipal buildings and commerce. Harry, imagine a youth centre supermarket church complex, employing hundreds, no, thousands of people. The coast will be lit up with enterprise and life. All those ruins out there turned into low-income housing. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on. I accept your salute, Harry. All of it is true. I've got the centre, I've got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years I'll get the church too. The wheels are turning, Harry. The wheels of progress. This post-war limbo, I won't stand for it. There are kids practically playing with their own feces out there. It cannot go on.
There is true indignation in his voice when he speaks about the state of things, and even a touch of pain. The pain is true. He's seen kids do worse than that.
Damn right I'm up to something, Harry. I'm gonna make the working man as rich as Joyce Messier. That's my job. Just like yours is to keep the peace. Order it. You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. And I'm too fat for that. Glad you asked. I've got type 2 diabetes because sugar and fat was all my mother had to give me and my brother Edgar when we were kids. Good job too, as it made me ugly. And ugly people, Harry, are much better at politics.
That is true. People don't trust pretty people.
Why, a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from...
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war. Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1, and that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste. Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're going to take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance. Tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying.
Actually, no, it's not.
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. We have a significant head start. It's already happening. No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy, give him a big fat kiss from Everard Clare. Couldn't have done it without him.
A guy, huh?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe he killed himself because he was a closet socialist. Truth is, I simply don't know. 2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
Mogło być 2137.
And they're all well motivated. At least the ones you've seen.
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything. We've been running back channel negotiations with all the major clients. I think the company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities. The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column. We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his benefit, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperidone.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share, and I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez. Yes, of course. And while you're doing that, please go ahead and also tell the Wild Pines. I want to hear them squeal from the indignity. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbour's turnover, just like the harbour is, but a small part of Martinez. Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks and steel welders who want to weld steel. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's gonna be in on the wealth, and everyone's gonna pull their weight.
Let's keep focusing on the drug trade. He was almost admitting to it.
No, Harry. That's boring. All right, it's gone. The hypothetical raw materials trade is off the table. It's such a small and insignificant slice of revenue, I'm cutting it.
Okay.
Boys, Harry felt queasy about it. We're not doing it. Can we talk about my beautiful incorporated Martinez and its many-sided business ventures now? This bold new vision of incorporated socialism I'm offering? Harry, the length you're willing to go to keep your nose clean is remarkable. You will always have a warm bed in Mr. Clare's household, my friend, and a special place in the future of Martinez. We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time. We're talking about the future of Revachol here, Harry. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry. Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
Inteligentne. Chuj dziwne. Dobra, możemy coś tam rozwinąć. Czy my mieli jakiś test, który my chcieli zrobić, a nam nie wyszedł? Czy my mieli... śmieci... praczka? Aha, dobra, to... głowy... po kanapce... zarantka... mój interes... ściana... stronie, czyli nic nie mamy takiego, czyli ja bym sobie zrobił... W ogóle ile to jeszcze będzie trwać? Tu coś się pojebało z czasem chyba. To już dawno powinno być zrobione. Dobra, ja sobie zblokuję to. I dam sobie tu... Wielkie porządki sobie tam dam. Wielkie porządki. Niech się dzieje. Niech się dzieje. Dobra, co my to mamy? Ze świniarką, ale to dopiero o 22. Znowu z klasy trzeba iść porozmawiać. Jo, dupia. Cześć, Wader. Był. Proszę cię, Wader, nie pierdolnij przez przypadek jakiegoś spoilera mi na sam koniec, bo jak kurwa po tylu godzinach ktoś mi coś jeszcze spali, to mnie chuj strzeli. Nie, no luz. Tylko wiesz, tak wola ostrzec, bo czasem o czymś się pomyśli. Wiesz, ja na przykład po 30... nie jest źle, jest bardzo dobrze, tylko ja po 30 godzinach rozgrywki robił pierwsze questy z gry, nie? Więc do tej gry idzie podejść na różne sposoby i coś, co się komuś może wydawać, że wiesz, robisz to w pierwszych 5 minutach gry i ja to robił po 30 godzinach, więc dlatego wolę ostrzec, że lepiej nie mówić o niczym, bo nigdy nie wiadomo.
The door has braved the
Tu się nic nie zmienia.
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
Wielki padek, nauczony kurwa wszystkimi porażkami tej gry.
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed.
I understand. I'm sorry for wasting your time.
Nie to chciałem kliknąć.
I should have known that you'd find out.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. No, it's not good. It's the opposite of that. Shush, I can't.
Why did you waste our time then?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into.
Is she implying the Hardy Boys are the law?
You're right. There's more. You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts. Just business, but bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me.
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Here we go. For once, you seem to have her off guard.
Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator of truth.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept throwing stones at him.
Oh God, that was a lie too. Don't be paranoid, man. It's unbecoming of a police officer.
Last week, Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it. I told you I'm a horrible girl.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct. Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner.
We were there. Together. In bed. Okay. He wasn't in. I turned back to him.
A great pain.
I knew he was dead.
You were right. He did enjoy the moment of his death.
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to. I waited for this.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails. She looks down with a wince. She throws it away, and immediately...
What time was this? When did it happen?
11:30 to 12:15.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual.
Wait. Titus said she was good.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines.
Did you hear or see?
No. Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up. He was still in...
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the intersection. As far as you can.
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people. What? Why would he wouldn't have died if it weren't for me?
It could have been a desire murder. Maybe an act of jealousy. She simply shakes her head.
I did not kill him to defend my... Like what? It's not nice, but it's not illegal.
What exactly?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. With a bigger company. The kind you
I need the names of the companies involved.
The job was Lou's doing County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lou Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't...
But she really destroyed them. She still feels it.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too. Along with Lou Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive. It is. Many people lost their jobs. Not just C-suite. Ordinary people. What I did to get to accounting, a lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
One of them killed themselves because of me. How do you deal with anything? It's all just... There you have it. The way of the warrior. When he was shot? I may have. I don't know.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in...
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia.
We can't go after Loose Cap.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there. Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table and Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me.
Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
The leader?
The Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things...
This Ruby, in her...
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not? Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation. That I can't leave. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know. Take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom.
To mislead you.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
We completely missed the tempering. Looks like you got...
Oops.
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... Ruby went outside to talk to... It took Ruby maybe
Czyli
half an hour.
główna
to
różnica, którą my
Titus.
wtedy wyciągnęli podczas tej rozmowy, a teraz my tego nie wyciągnęli, to tego, że ona się ruchała z tymi
I
wszystkimi
knew what they were going to
bardzisami.
do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would. Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
She nods, silent. He's thinking, are we done here? Or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken into custody.
Dramaturgia. O, spierdala.
As you look back, you think, so love did do him in, after all. If it weren't for her, he would not have been there. The shot would not have connected with it. She's silent. Remember this silence. The lady is... It appears this one has not been entirely corrupted. This may help. This may help the others see.
Yeah. I'd like to think he didn't love me. Or that it was chemically induced and not real. Easier that way. I don't know.
Real as anything.
Było? Zapomniał, kurwa, co oni tam mieli.
I was just
Dramaturgia,
thinking.
okej. Dramaturgia +1. Kurwa, ubierz tam. +1, wiadomo, widzowie, zara. O. Świetna dramaturgia.
I was just thinking.
A, nie pomożecie mi.
What a
A,
nice
nie
day
potrzebuję
for
was.
questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Urządziło, skan z telefonu.
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all. She's smoke and mirrors and willow wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her. Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this course correction. Yes, start at the top. Choose at the bottom. See?
What?
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay. Okay, it's not. You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it. I am. They can never take my sash and my scepter from me.
Yes, they can, for lying.
No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Clausia Amandu. It says Anuk.
Ja pierdolę! A my mieli wtedy tą możliwość, żeby ta boja na nas zwróciła uwagę! Ale pojebane! Ale pojebane! O kurwa! Pod nosem nam to śmikło, ty!
Falsified documents?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name, Maya Smith, to hurt me.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds, on the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure I could even find it now. It's useless.
The lieutenant makes a note of it.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here.
Kurwa.
Past a broken sewage pipe. Right near the waterline.
Tam nic nie da, jak ją spytam o prawdziwe nazwisko. A może udzielić więcej informacji, a tu się może speszyć.
Whatever is next.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was...
Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late.
It checks out. There may be grounds here, at least for an extended detention.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
But I haven't done anything. Anything illegal.
Failure to aid a police investigation. She purposefully misrepresented information crucial to the case. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in.
Z jednej strony teraz to już pizda, bo i tak muszę ją kurwa czymś postraszyć, ale
The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Please no.
But there's nowhere to go. A two-story drop to the Plaza Mosaic. If she could, she would...
I think I know who did it. Who shot Lely. I can tell you. I can help you.
She knows something. She's silent for a second, as if looking into herself for certainty. Then, in a hushed voice, gearing up for this betrayal is hard for her.
Ruby.
Okej, to ciekawe.
She has this thing for me, ever since I met her and the boys downstairs. She's been pretty frank about what she wants. Sex. And more. I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. She started protecting me. It became an unhealthy relationship. When I started spending time with Lely, she told me to end it. Said there would be shit if I didn't. It was not a good...
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she's romantically interested in you?
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive. She started developing notions about our relationship.
And you led her on?
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. We maybe kissed, nothing more.
Yes, But what was their relationship outside this unequal power dynamic?
We spent a lot of time together, listening to the radio and such. She had great milieus, and she was good company. I was sorry it had to end.
What was that question about? She's feeding her friend to the wall. It also has startlingly little to do with arresting her, you suddenly realize.
This is just an assumption.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. But she knew what had happened when I came downstairs. Somehow, she knew Lely was dead. She wasn't surprised at all. When we came up here, she was calm as a stone, too. She cleaned it all up like she had a plan.
That is a little strange. People don't usually keep things together under stress like that.
You said there was a secret route there, right? She could have come up through there, then taken this shot, right here, where I stand.
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone noticing.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists?
Yes. She's been up here many times. She used to come to drink on the roof when, The people. My bed is right next to... She would have seen us.
You mean to suggest she made it?
No. No. Why would she do that to herself?
She's not really sure. It was right above the bed. She could have seen all sorts of things from there. Don't let your imagination run wild here, sire. Keep it on track.
She came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life into a living hell. I've been threatened before, so I can tell when someone knows how to do it. And she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line. I tried severing ties with her after that. I thought it had worked, but...
Okay, and what? Arrest the liar. No, don't arrest her. Push her a bit more, but then let her off. That Ruby theory was solid. And she's beautiful. She's stuck here. She's already in prison. Look around. She's only trying to help you.
Kurwa. I teraz w mojej głowie są różne scenariusze, ale boję się, że no, jak do niej podejdę, to co ona nam więcej zdradzi? Nic nam więcej nie zdradzi. I to wygląda tak, jak ona by miała skoczyć. I dednąć, jak podejdę do niej bliżej.
Her. Stop letting her distract you.
Bo tu jest podejść o krok bliżej, ja zrobię krok, ona pójdzie do tyłu, będzie krzyczeć coś, pośliźnie się i spadnie. Ale też boję się, że jak ją nie aresztujemy, to ją dojadą. I to też będzie sadgę. Tylko to już nie do końca z naszej winy. Więc to jest chyba lepsze.
Thank you. Thank you. You won't regret it.
Something tells you, you will. She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath.
Lies.
Yes, we demand she be punished. She nods, then...
Okay.
Okay.
She slowly lights an...
Yeah? All right.
Okej. Boja.
You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat and dirty linens. Bottles lie around everywhere. You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite unnatural.
You can barely see through. Better not to jump to sensationalist conclusions here. The footprints on the floor, however, definitely suspicious.
Okej. Ciuski. Nie, to nie. O. No załóż. No załóż to, kurwa! To jak wam idzie? Tu coś się z tym zepsuło, godzina 31, to jakoś za wolno, kurwa, idzie.
It's you again. What is it? Why? Sounds like you wanna push this steaming pile of shit on. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroll.
And fuck you too, moral
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't wanna be rude. We're trying to get some R&R here.
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
Okej, logika. Znowu logika, kurwa. Najgorzej. Logiczny kapelusz. Logiczna marynara. O, logika jest tego... O? A, bo tu jest ten i logiczne okulary, okej. Dobra.
It's you again. What is it?
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
Because she was here, all night, with...
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15?
Yeah, with us, drinking. Near the stage there.
No. All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment.
And
just because she was gone for 5 minutes.
He's been through it. That means he suspected her too. All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. You got his attention. Now don't ruin it by making weird claims. Remember, you can still mess this up.
Why not? You can't draw maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So I've seen the wench. I'm not blind. You saying she reeled herself up by her collar.
Kidding?
Let's go with that. Point is, How?
He stealthed a pinball.
Okay, but...
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter, used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop. Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down, all under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the...
It's a dumb...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it?
No i dalej z tymi maszynami nic nie wiemy.
Footprints. Recent. That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look. Good news is, I'm still listening. I don't like guessing.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen. The one that...
Quit jumping to conclusion.
No, the ribbon was old. Faded. It'd been there for 20 years at least.
And then put it back.
It doesn't fit well, but it fits. And he knows it.
Okay.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route, but a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does.
Phase 2. Murder weapon.
Dalej mnie nie znaleźli, kurwa!
And just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't, but what if you miss interesting information that way? The choice is ultimately yours. But...
So it had to come from a breech-loading rifle. Military grade. Not even you militia monkeys have those. This goes against your short-range theory. If the murder weapon was military grade, how did...
You don't know. Just be honest.
Right. That's mighty forthcoming of you. So, let me extend you the same.
Organized crime. Down in Jamrock, probably. He's not being too...
So she may have access to semi-automatics, but that's a long... That looks antique. A Bell McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many. And there must be other caches too.
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
That's a goddamn breech loader, too. Find one that works, and you got a military-grade weapon that shoots jacketed ammunition.
He sees it. This is coming together. Time to really close the deal. Show them the bullet. The blonde man looks at the mushroomed Deathbringer.
Yeah, the bitch is jacketed all right. 4mm.
Whoa. Well, goddamn. It's not proof, but it's a possible murder weapon. Close to her. Too damn close. You have been thorough. I'll give you that. Goddamn. That's just about your favorite topic.
You were warned not to bring it up. Your best shot here is to just back out of it.
Trouble. This is Revachol. Even the roid heads in the gym had...
He must be referencing some past case of theirs. He's angry because he knows you're right.
Okay.
What he's saying only confirms your theory.
All right. Keep talking. I'm getting...
Pete, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive. The big one. Get this and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss him off. That never works.
Yeah. Like what?
Homoseksualne, nie wiemy.
A thing? You mean?
Yeah, but they're both girls.
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She liked Glacier.
Fuck you. First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a too? It's a lie.
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind blows there.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
She didn't fuck you, 'cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
Fuck!
Ruby then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sordid shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass. Figures. But that Ruby is queer as cabaret, now that I start thinking about it. And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a hardy. But if you bring your own personal shit into our outfit...
If that's the case, then it's not right. But it's not the case, right?
There are many pieces that fit together that way, Eugene. Face it.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby.
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women talk to women. Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they talk to.
Yeah.
Wishful thinking has no place in a police investigation. The more logical conclusion that you wish to avoid is that she knew what had happened because she did it.
And I suppose you have a theory about that too, cop.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Closio wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
Okay.
He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. This is fucking stupid, Titus. This and the queer thing, all of it. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she's skipped town. This is good. Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on it. This is the only option he cares for.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions. If you... I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. Friday afternoon, when you first arrived, I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little... I told you. You. No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
And a hole in his heart. That first.
Sure. Normal. You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure. She said you have a funny taste in clothes and that you won't stop until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other. Open them up like cans.
And then when they're all empty, just move on, onto the next can. Don't look back unless there was something you missed.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
It's not an actual question. Silence. He nods.
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This cock, Titus. This cock, he. But she was too scared. She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn. A little.
Where have you looked for her?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlog. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Who's doing this looking? They're all here.
Lizzie needed some air. No one goes to tell Everard anything. He knows what he has to know. Fast.
It's called a radio, you believe. The gardener may have played you a game when she stormed out. She has her own plan.
Sure, there are some shit houses there. A cinder block town. Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man. The what now? I have no idea. Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
What the fuck?
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more.
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
There you have it. Pale something.
A jak to jest pani program... Kurwa! A jak to jest pani programistka i ona po prostu... Nie wiem, poczytała o tej firmie i... Kurwa...
It feels like you'll get to know soon enough.
It'll have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
When are you gonna get it through your dumb head? I already am. I just wasn't sure you were.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks, then turns back to his men.
Pojebane. Pojebane. Oho.
You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you? That Ruby of yours? Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clasia. It was nice and Ruby-centric in the end. Anything strike you a bit off about this mishmash? Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you. No, they didn't. True. Strange how you conducted the whole advanced ballistics analysis and then hand-waved it. Good point. It is rather rare these days, but do continue. That's right. Finish thought. Just finish it and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now, you know that. Free as a bird on that. Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid. He's just jealous.
Kurwa, dym jak chuj się robi, no. Dym jak chuj tej. Co my to, gdzie my to, jak my to? Rozpytaj. Boja. My coś chcieli? Nie chcieli ma chyba nic więcej kurwa jakichś rzutów robić dodatkowych, nie? Możemy sobie na razie zostawić rozwój. Możemy się przebrać w nasze ciuszki. Jeszcze 8 minut. Coś z nie halo z tym. Nie pamiętam gdzie ta boja kurwa dokładnie była. Ona była chyba tam u góry, nie? Tam gdzie byli kryptozoolodzy, nie? Nie przejdę obojętnie nigdy obok tych pułapek.
The trap is full of poor things.
Okay. Może siedzi w szoku. There is no baba in the shop. What the fuck?
It's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer? Oh? Who? Okay. When did this person stay here? Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning. Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else. Well, how can I assist you?
Co ty kurwa robisz? Aniela? Aniela, co ty kurwa robisz?
I'll just keep the Cordelechi in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
Hi, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way.
Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty? Hello, detectives. It's good to see you here.
What brings you here?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell. How do I like it?
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name, all the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
Oh, don't worry.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame.
All right. Politics time. Let's react. Real men, real politics, real thoughts in your head.
She could easily just...
You detect a note of longing. It's early spring, and the rains are coming. An officer enters a low hut of stone and wood. Inside, weapons are piled against the walls. Rifles with splintering stocks. And swords. Tens, if not hundreds. They're antiques, says Lieutenant John, the archetype McCoy, to his partner. They're digging them up from the catacombs now. Fixing them. Old caches from the revolution.
Yes.
The children carry them up. Come May, the streets will be flooded. Outside, the wind rattles the loose hatches. Flooded with cheap weapons in angry hands.
Have I told you how they discovered this place? No, they're in Sealindian, Isla. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty. It's a pity. Most of these people will never know what this place means, this island of matter, or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
Do we?
No do 22, kurwa, 12 godzin
You
tej.
have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism.
This story she will tell only before she leaves Martinez.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with, while you're hot in...
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten.
This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other. Aye, that you are, Dark Omen. Help yourselves and your organization. Help the storm clouds gather on the horizon. There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now,
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others too.
Uh-huh.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, It's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched. Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below. Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. Something bad. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet.
O kurwa.
The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
No nieźle. No nieźle.
Our tenant, the policeman. Damn that girl.
Aha.
But you didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either. Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people. She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble before. But this...
That's for the police to find out. Right there. Please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
This Ruby is an old lady whisperer. She knows how to work the village elder, unlike you.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time, kept to herself. She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room.
She wanted to talk to her, as they usually do, but she was brooding.
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
Do tell. Exit from what?
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment.
No, she's a fighter. Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. But I only knew her to have a beer on the beach while watching the sunset.
The sun sets for everyone.
She isn't what you call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Said it was part of the communal life. But I never saw her lose control of herself, the way some people do. Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieu she'd made. Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
She may simply have kept the equipment elsewhere.
I cleaned it, like I always do. No. Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think. I don't know. Further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north. You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater? Seems like a better idea to me.
The failed electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step close.
One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
Okay.
She really means it.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
Okay.
Wasteland of reality. Congrats, you're sober. It will take a while for your body to remember how to metabolize anything that isn't sugar from alcohol. So you're going to be pretty ravenous soon. Eat plenty. You can expect your coordination and balance to improve in a couple of weeks. In 2 months, you might start sleeping like a normal person. Full recovery will take years though. It'll be depressing, and it'll be boring. Don't expect any further rewards or hand claps. This is how normal people are all the time.
O kurwa. O kurwa. No to nieźle. No to niezła trzeźwość. No to niezła trzeźwość.
A metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst the trembling reeds. At first, it just looks like trash, but if you look close...
That, over there. Must be the boy Klaas you told us about. The one she hid her passport in. We should take a look.
You lift the boy out of the water without much effort. It's not tied to anything. The cords dangling from the bottom appear to have been cut. A shot glass's worth of seawater pours out, some algae, and nothing else.
Well, damn. I have no idea. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. This is only a small loose end, but I do wish we knew who took the documents. Might have been Klaasje, might have been the people after her, might have been a local drunk.
You could ask the miss what she thinks, later if you have the time, though you doubt she'll tell you much at this point.
Okay. Ruby booby.
A few locusts trudge along the poor thing.
I nie ma lekko, żeby się tam dostać. O, a to co? Ściek. To niezły ściek.
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The The structure goes deep under the earth. Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here. We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now. In conclusion, she could be under any building. I hope not.
There's no echo and no answer.
Intrygatory.
Hello. Isn't this a fine morning? No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
Ty już kurwa 5 dni stoicie, co ty dupisz?
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. You see, a slogan used to intertwine above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower maybe.
Założyłeś klub nocny.
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb. Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen did not, and now you're just standing there, a prayer of sorts, to Revachol.
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look, an adventure awaits. An adventure on the windswept urban coast.
Let's go.
Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it. In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels.
She's down there.
Miasto do mnie mówi.
Okay. Why? Right. How do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
O kurwa.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
O mój Boże. Dobra, jest jeszcze kanał, ale jest też drabina. Ja chyba jednak wolę kanał. Nie będziemy spijać się po drabinie, to się może źle skończyć.
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the felled building? Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder. A thin layer of snow gleams inside
Ja
the
się
pipe.
trochę cykam.
As your eyes adjust, you see some trash. Crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly and nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe.
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around.
The lieutenant's face lights up. He doesn't usually notice these little things.
And it's right here, a maintenance door.
It's jammed shut. The subtle approach isn't going to work on this one.
O kurwa. Nie jest problem teraz, kurwa, z tą naszą super zdolnością. Nie bycie alkoholikiem. To jak to mówią, jak bieda to do czatu, nie? Jak bieda to do czatu. Nie możemy tego rozwinąć. Jo, dupia.
Behind the pipe, the maintenance door,
Czas.
rusted shut and half sunken in sand.
Troszkę budowy ciała, co? Troszkę budowy ciała. Coś by się przydało, coś by się przydało, no.
You and the lieutenant lean all your weight into pushing the doors apart, but you're not quite synchronizing your efforts.
Nawet nie jestem w szoku, nie?
Before you can enter.
Let's take a breather and try this again later. It's very tough.
Nie chcę. Nie chcę, ale muszę, no.
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground, and you're 180? Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. What if you were to do something more subtle? Astral projection. Be open-minded about this.
To jest myśl, to jest myśl.
Teleportation is not a thing. Oh yes, it could hurt a lot.
He is restraining himself from using a parental tone with you right now.
Savoir-faire, okej. Savoir-faire. Kurwa, teleportacja, jak chuj. Nie mam nic. O, tu jest Pare. Zajebiście. Zajebiście.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate.
Niesamowite.
Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person.
No, not like a regular person. Like a phase spider. The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear,
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
No i że nie masz broni, to też jest kurwa głupi pomysł. Bo normalnie byśmy ją mieli, tylko kurwa brakło nam minuty. Dobra. Nie chcę logicznych okularów, chcę moje empatyczne okulary. I moją zbroję. Okej. Dobre. Pocztówka. Pierwszego stulecia pokazują artyzm czas rewolucji, środek lata, roj się od burżuazji, spożywanych chodnikach z White Place. Na odwrocie nic nie jest napisane. Masz to w Jakuzie? Pocztówki? Pocztówek akurat nie ma w Jakuzie, to się zgadza. O kurwa. Meble wyrobione. Zagramy temu. Co jest tu wgardową pleśnią? Coś po nim pełza. O, kicurali. Mam radę ci otworzyć?
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk.
Idealne miejsce, żeby porobić sobie jaja.
What do you mean who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open.
Myślałem, że duży będzie dało się pojajcować.
It's much easier from this side. The panels on the rails slide once you dust the sand off.
Okay.
With the help of your partner, from the other side, the doors open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that. Yes. Time to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
Okay.
Not running is a great way to do that.
Okay. Sterowanie. Zawarna marynarka, no nieźle. Kurwa, czy to jest mój... Zapewne. O kurwa, czapka rewolucjonisty.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spiderweb in the lower left corner of the portrait. Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly.
Yes. Looks like some latter-day radicals were hiding out here. They left a long time ago. Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff. Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
No, what do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh. Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace, and it will start breaking down, uncontrollably. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
We absolutely cannot skip that appointment. Consider that 100% confirmed. I fear you'll need your gun for this.
His hand rests on his holster. It's not enough. You need a gun in your hand too. Your gun.
Okay, why not? Whatever goes down might also affect her. The Union is watching her closely now.
Not closely enough, you suspect. But still, good idea to visit her once more.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
Let's try not to worry. If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
Dobra, kilka ze dwóch. Patrz jak się zgraliśmy. Patrz jak się zgraliśmy. Akurat mam do ciebie pytanie. Dobrze, że wróciłeś, dobrze, że wróciłeś. Bo wydaje mi się, że doszedłem do miejsca, w którym gra mi tłumaczy, że to jest punkt bez odwrotu. Czyli tutaj to już chyba serio jest finał. Aha, nie ma gry. Czy to, że... Chcecie przygnąć jakoś? Tak, już zrobiłem. Pach. Ostrożność. No i tu już tak jest wszystko podsumowywane jakby. I powiedzieli, że nie mam broni i jeszcze nie rozmawiał z Cassie. Powinien jak się cofnąć i wrócić tu. Tak, to miejsce, nie? Czyli powinien jak się cofnąć.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Czyli jak tam już przejdę, to jest źle, tak? To już finał. Czyli warto się cofnąć. Znaleźliśmy komunistyczną czapkę. Ale nie ubraliśmy jej, bo to jest znowu jakaś taka czapka, co nam jakoś myśl przy ten. Boję się, że staniemy się komunistą przez przypadek. O, jeszcze taką marynarkę. Gdzie jest czapka? Tu, o. Czapka rewolucjonisty. Przyjazd sąsiad z komuny. Dobra, Cassie wpierw. Porozmawiajmy o boi. Czy się czegoś boi. A potem brońka. 21:37. Ciekawe. Mówisz 38, fuck. Czy uważasz, że jest jeszcze coś, co powinniśmy zrobić? Czy raczej już po prostu lecieć po swojemu?
Hello, officer. What brings you up here again? Oh.
Did you take the document?
He's trying to throw her off with the bluntness.
No, of course not. As I said, it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway. My employer gave them to me. In truth, I should have destroyed them.
Okay.
They couldn't know where I put it. I'm absolutely sure I was not followed. And I've told no one but you. You mentioned seawater? I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed away.
The words, washed away.
Wiem, no tylko...
I really don't know, sir. I certainly don't feel like I've won. I feel like shit, sir.
She smiles, a bitter little smile. She means it.
Clearly, I haven't. We're having this conversation, aren't we? How well could it have gone? I'm stuck in Martinez just like all of us. I've been up here for... I don't know how long now. I like to call this my rooftop containment facility. I don't know what to say. None of this is fortuitous for me. For my sins, of course. The long-standing sins of a bad, frivolous person. For destroying my first love. For working for bad people. The list goes on and on. Did I? Why do I still feel suspicion hanging over me then? What I managed was to get him killed. I'm the love that does people in.
The lieutenant looks away, over the room. He feels uncomfortable with this conversation. He doesn't know what to add. She nods, slowly, carefully even. There is suddenly a strange glint in her eyes. Not malicious, but dangerous.
Ja się zajebie. Prędzej czy później. Bumsnie. Dobra, jak się teraz skipuje czas?
The Coppernado is back. What do you want?
Okay.
Yeah. What?
Okay. Notatnik? Jak notatnik? Jeszcze zwłaszcza, czy mogę jakoś zadzwonić. O.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone. In the morning light, the white on blue police livery on the motor carriage cannot but catch your eye. Do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. Even at a standstill, the unibody Caprice Canema looks sleek and dynamic. The cabin is tilted frontward to give it a more aggressive, hunched look. Someone has waxed it recently.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look? Yes. An extraordinary machine.
It's a bit girly right now. Fitted with some proper off-road components.
We are not going to, though, because this is clearly a sports motor carriage. 130,
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
7.2. Supercharged.
Saying these words brings him immense joy.
Okay.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out tool.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. 10-4, sir. Sorry, but I'm under orders to give a negative to request for 10-4. Orders are still orders. Anything? Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
This is Precinct 57. It will take just a...
Her voice is...
Gottlieb, what you get yourself into this time? Look, pal, getting pumped and dumped is not a disease. People live through it all the time. You should be happy for her. You must have me confused for a close personal friend. I am not. I am a medical professional with a constant idiot emergency on my hands.
One needs tending to right now, he thinks, looking around the room. God, you hear someone...
Ty! A to coś ty mówił z tym summonowaniem tego Marksa, to jest w stanie to jeszcze zrobić, czy nie bardzo?
I didn't, but now I do. How's the drinking going? Ah, great to hear it. Stop by sometime when you're done with your case. I'll draw some blood, run it through, let you know how much forever your liver's going to give you. Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Okej, dobra.
Just a second, officer. Sylvie Malaika on the line for you, officer. Yes, hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, detective? No? Not me? No, sorry. People don't have...
Seems like Glacia wasn't lying when she said it was her. This corroborates...
I wouldn't be so sure, detective.
Yeah, go on. You mean, why did I leave the bar? Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone. You know who.
You think you hear a sliver of accusation. Don't be paranoid. She's obviously...
I really don't want to talk about this. Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now.
You hear the...
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
Tak spytał o tym, bo jak ty mi to wtedy tłumaczyłeś, to teraz sobie uświadamiam, jak ja bardzo był wtedy zmęczony. Pamiętam, że to tak przeczytał i kompletnie nic z tego nie zrozumiał, co ty napisałeś.
A lorry abandoned by its owner. The smell of cigarette. There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating fabric has been pulled tight over the lower side of the seat where the toolbox is. You close the rust. The woman, girl child, you hear her say. Girl child, girl child.
Huh? What is it? What? Diamonds? Of course not. Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo. If you know what I mean. Then it's contraband, lawman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo. Yes, go.
Okej. Dobra. Uwierzmy tą capkę na jakiś czas. Komisarz komunista, kurwa.
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head. Kraz Mazov would have worn this, Yushenka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears a Mazovian logo. Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it or not, Where in this hat?
Kurwa. Komunistyczna Czapajewa. Niesamowite. Tego nic nie było? Po prostu ciuszek. Cym. Wiem, co jeszcze możemy spróbować zrobić. Wyciągnąć okulary. Co to było? Konceptualizacja? No to potrzebowali do tych boksów?
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer.
Jeden punkcik co zostawia. Ja tu zostało w ogóle godzina 33 minuty, okej. Ścianę mogę? No. Zdecydowanie, zdecydowanie. Dziękuję za przypomnienie, panie ci pikało. Ja zapominam, kurwa, ile tego, gdzie ja tego mam. Tego, tamtego. To. Chyba było wszystko, nie? Ja miał na plus 3, kurwa. Nie. Okej.
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
Rozumność, tak? Rozumność, czat. W końcu jakieś kurwa wygranie! Proszę, mają sobie napis na lewej stronie głosi miejsce spotkania, poprawka wydaje się ręcznie głosi.
Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high culture.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster, Harry. Giant, hidden, and strangely tender at heart. Alright, but these actually make your vision worse. It's like literally being underwater. Yes, but they also make your soul quiver like jello. So deep.
Wow, officer. You look so cool. And they can be yours for a mere 3 real.
Oh.
My regular customers have passed them all up.
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed in a thorough examination. It's a case to him.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse.
Zewnętrzne
Take that
imperium,
if you
okej.
want.
Nie, wszystko.
Good starter pay. A man who knows his style. Sporty and practical, officer. These are all first rates.
Okej.
You keep coming.
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Gotta prepare for springtime, right?
Wszystko idę kupić, kurwa, stać mnie w chuj. A co wiesz, że tak, jakby sobie kupił, kurwa, latarnię miejską? Da się w ogóle uzbierać te 700 na latarnię? Czy to jest niemożliwe?
You see several packaged raincoats.
Here you go.
Co no to się nie da. Chyba się nie da, co?
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see
To
here.
jest niesamowite, jakie to jest niskie, nie? Ręk... Mówisz, jak masz kasy, to możesz kupić. Okej. Kurwa, no poproszę, czat. Normalnie mam ochotę to zrobić save'a i skamować, kurwa, żeby zobaczyć, co to jest, bo tak mnie to intryguje. Co to jest jakaś mała rzecz, nie? A i tak kończymy grę. Trzeba sobie tu nie przyskamować troszkę o takie pierdolce.
Just an ordinary
Pa, i teraz walna to za pierwszym na 17, pa, pyk.
Yeah.
Prawie.
Why?
Why must we
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing. Yeah.
Why must we stop to
Co tam
look at this
brakuje?
wall every time we pass by? We have
Dużo
business
brakuje,
to
dobra.
attend.
Czyli warto, żebyście mi pomogli. Warto, żebyście pomogli.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Rozumność!
Because
Nie,
you
dwie
see
szóstki,
it.
kurwa!
Finally, this wall is sublime. Look at it.
Dziękuję.
The shadows, the colors. All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God. O Wall Father.
O kurwa.
Huh? He sounds tired of it all. You already have the heavy fuel oil to
O
use
kurwa.
as paint. It's red. And Cindy the Skull has a paintbrush. This is on.
Sure. If you must.
O kurwa. O kurwa. Okej, okej.
Hello again, officers. What for? Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about? Let me stop you right there, Piggy. You have no idea, do you? No idea. No brush? Fuck off. Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy.
O
You look
kurwa.
like you'd suck. Everything really.
O kurwa. O kurwa. No tu to będzie problem.
Hello again, officers.
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait.
Ty, prawie. Kurwa.
No, no.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, Piggo. I think everyone would rather you didn't. You're a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then. Art it. Sure. Anytime.
She only gave the right idea. You know what you've got in that.
Nie. Ja chcę to wygrać. Ja chcę to wygrać. To pewnie będzie coś lepszego. A było blisko, a było blisko.
Hello again, officers.
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait.
Teraz dużo braku. Damy radę. Damy radę ci. Pa, ja to ugram. Walnę to raczej prosto, będziesz widział. Dam radę.
Hello again, officers.
They do say that
Dam radę.
Hello again, officers.
they do say
Dam radę, patrz jak blisko.
his own portrait.
Hello again, officers.
They do say the painter all
Hello again, officers.
they do say the painter always paints his own portrait.
Dwie szóstki muszą być. Dwie szóstki muszą być. Nie ma innej opcji.
Hello again, officers.
They do say the painter
A podbij, zobaczymy jak będzie z podbiciem.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Podbij.
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, piggo. You're a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then. Art it up. Just try. Sure, anytime. Us shit artists have to help one another. Besides,
She only gave it to you because she doesn't see you as competition. The right idea is not coming to her. It's excruciating. You know what you've got in that fuel canister you scavenged from your Kanema? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil. Paint?
Nie jestem zadowolony z tego.
The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver.
Ja
What will it
pierdolę.
be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind.
Zakaz parkowania na pasie zieleni, to jest dobre. Kurwa. No a co, jakby mi się ten rzut nie udał, to co? Mam jakby tam mieć jakiś lepszy pomysł, co tu namalować? Nie? To po co ten rzut tam jest? Co on daje?
You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint,
O kurwa.
adding another layer of detritus to the city.
Ale to idzie jakoś inaczej zdobyć pędzel, czy to po prostu w te urywo ten questa?
Very poetic. Real poetry. Should we return to our murder investigation? I hear there's a really bad one.
Idzie!
To solve.
To chłopie! Musimy to zrobić. Musimy to zrobić.
hello again, officers. Have you come to admire?
Damy radę, pa, podbijasz teraz pyk. Podbijasz. No nie, bo wymyślamy coś lepszego do namalowania i namalujemy coś lepszego. Podbijaj.
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait. No,
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, piggo.
You're a real... Sure.
she only gave the right idea. You know what you've got.
Najgorsze jest to, że jak czytam, to dalej nie możesz głosować. Uj. A te 3% też się może udać. Też jest szansa na 2 szóstki.
Hello again, officers.
They
Hello again, officers.
do.
Damy radę ci. Damy radę.
Hello again, officers.
They do.
Hello again, officers.
They do.
Hello again, officers.
They.
Hello again, officers.
They do say the painter.
Co się denerwujesz? Co? O? Nie rozumiem kompletnie
Hello
wiadomości.
again, officers.
They do say the painter
Blisko.
always paints his own
Ale
portrait.
blisko.
Hello again, officers.
They do say the painter always paints.
Hello again, officers.
They do.
O, cześć Wenarek. Ale czekaj. Ja się nie na... Czekaj, kurwa. Nie wiem gdzie jest śmieszne, gdzie jest żart. Czyli tamte drzwi naprawdę były bajtem, tak? I tam się nie da zrobić, ale tu się da zrobić.
They do say.
Hello again, officers.
They do.
Mam jeszcze jeden pomysł. Czy to jest drugie przejście? To jest pierwsze przejście i pierwszy raz robimy skam. Pierwszy raz skamujemy. Dobra. Tylko na poczet testu. Na poczet testu. Konceptualizacja. Awansuj. Akcept. I poproszę o rozwój. Poproszę o rozwój. Poproszę o rozwój. Boostujcie. Boostujcie. Jaki pierwszy? No pierwszy. To znaczy, że pierwszy raz gram w grę. To jest po zerze jest 1, to jest właśnie to. 1, 0. Kiedyś nie grałem w grę, teraz gram. 17% easy.
They do say the painter.
Damy radę. Inaczej wczytaj grę. Dwa strzały. Jeden.
They do say
Nie udaje
the
się?
painter always paints his own portrait.
Aha, ale bo to nie. O kurwa. Spokojnie, Cipi, damy radę. Cipi. Nieważne. Cipi ogarnia. Jedna osoba wystarczy ogarnia.
Hello again, officers. Have you come?
They do say the
Dobra,
painter-
5 strzałów. Jak się nie uda po 5 strzałach, to walimy kuno.
Hello again,
Teraz?
officers.
They do.
Hello again, officers.
You don't have the skills to execute something like this in practice. But, oh boy, the idea's going to blow her fucking mind. She squints her eyes.
On fire.
O kurwa.
I say, sod off. You don't have the technical skills to do that. I like your idea. Should have thought of it myself. I don't need this kind of competition in my neighborhood. Then get your brush from fucking art.
Oops, my apologies. I guess I was trying too hard. You're a police officer and a grown-up. Why are you trying to impress?
Ooh, police brutality. That's the good stuff. Have you got any kids? Because you sound like the world's saddest dad right now. But fine.
No i co? I co? I dała mi pędzel. Dała mi pędzel.
Anyway.
Czemu ją okłamywałeś?
You know what you've got in that fuel canister you scav.
Czemu ją okłamywałeś? Kurwa, chłopie, Feniksa zrobiłem. Co się denerwujesz? Feniks!
The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind.
Where Phoenix? Gdzie Phoenix? Gdzie Phoenix? Ale to nie mogę nawet spróbować? No pierdolę, gówno gra 2 na 10. Chujowa gra, nie podoba się mi. Nie podoba mi się gra. Po co dają wybory, które nie mają sensu?
They do say the painter always paints his own. No.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, piggo. You're a real... Sure.
She only gave the right idea. You know what you've got. The paintbrush in your hand.
Proszę cię, Cipi, to dla ciebie.
You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint, adding another layer of detritus.
Very poetic. Real poetry. Should we return to our murder?
Jak zareagują na to? Biegnij do Kuno. Ale sadgę, że nie dało się nic z tym zrobić.
Kuno saw you wield that can. Sweet graffito action, pig. Kuno likes that delinquent shit. You're still a dink. Now what's your case with Kuno?
Okej.
Kuno doesn't...
Okej. Można się było spodziewać takiej reakcji. Można się było spodziewać takiej reakcji. Dobra. zbroja, dres. Empathy, wszystko się zgadza, nie? Dobra, i teraz książka.
You stare at the now familiar in cold as ethnic it would physically fuck it. Do it. They go through the toils. She spent the memory of their short time spent together tortures the former lovers. See, as
To nie jest dobra
lively
książka,
good
czytałem.
stuff. I fucking love.
To nie jest dobra książka, czytałem. Alfabet. To jest dobre książka. To bym kółko nie zrobił.
The colorful primer. The title reads, every page as one A is H is Q. That's it. You know the alphabet.
To nie działa.
Every page as one A. H is Q. That's it. You know the alphabet now. Every page as one word. A is for Asm. H is for homeboy. Q. That's it. You know the alphabet now.
Oho. Oho. Wielkie porządki.
Cleaning out the rooms. What if you didn't lose your memory? What if something in Martinez came and stored it all away, for you to slowly open one box at a time, so you can choose which parts to keep? Keep almost none of it. Only the flowers on the windowsill. Only the distant sound of a radio. Lose all the actors, the dark shadows. Leave only the still lifes, the blissful distant wash of waves. If everybody knew, you never did, she'll be coming soon. That is all.
Okej. Fajne. Jej, wszystko. Zdejmij sobie i zacznij czytać. On chyba tak nie działał. No nie ma go w interakcji. A idzie ty. Rzeczywiście. O kurwa! O kurwa! O kurwa! Ja nie wiedziałem, że go idzie tak czytać.
Using the alphanumeric code on the margin. HDB41, date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB4112011700, the next world mural. Why, yes, your precinct number is 41. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. Harrier Dubois, HDB.
No to już dawno zrezygnowaliśmy z Rafaela.
Into here. Now, detective, it takes half an hour to piece one of these together, if you still want to. Here are your options. This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. Cause of failure, rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, true love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the belles-lettres have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the next world mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown. The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you. and the rest of row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us. Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done? AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce the expression. You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition, because that's where the action is. Threatening, fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH, had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
Nikt nie będzie nam mówił, co jest niemożliwe. Żaden filmik na YouTubie, żaden specjalista. Zrobiliśmy to. Pomimo tego, że było to a wykonalne.
Ale bym sobie pograł w Yakuzę.
Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic when Burke takes a swing at your ledger. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. The officer is also drunk. Way more drunk than Burke there. And let's be fair, you also have party eyes. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face, then proceed to beat him unconscious with it. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore. Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case.
Połamanie kolan chłopowi rozwiązało sprawę.
Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one? It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in it. Who knows? Those pages are missing.
O kurwa.
What next? Don't worry.
O kurwa.
One day.
O kurwa.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it. Yes, as you've said here, insufferable rock and roll assholes. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it was. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next? Murder. Tum-tum-tum at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead. Of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor. Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister, was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had. No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor. Or, yeah, So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there, only client that day. In perfect health too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be? Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Tables low, heavy, really sharp edge. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom. Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen was his name. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed, piecing it together. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. It's slightly, arson, petty theft, spousal abuse, handwritten logs on. You don't exactly. It takes about half an hour to piece one together. This one, cause of failure. The mural is true love. People call it the graffito crew. The crew agreed. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural, a staggering 70. Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man? It would be, that's all. Who knows? Don't worry. One day, it would be that's all you got. Who knows? Don't worry. It would be, that's all. Who knows? Don't worry. One day, it would be, that's all you. Who knows? Don't worry. One day. Murder. Joseph Mills didn't. Okay. So the case. Yeah. No one. Mills has no. See? You can't. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to. It would be. That's all you got. Who knows? Don't worry. One. Murder. Joseph Mills didn't. Okay. Yeah. No one and Mills. See? Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Murder. Joseph Mills did. Okay. Yeah. No one and Mills has. See? You. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. It would be very. That's all you. Who knows? Don't worry. One day.
Dobra, let's go.
Not much has changed.
Let's fucking go! Duch alkoholizmu, to się kurwa nie odpaliło. Gdzie to się powinno odpalić? Zachowaj alkohol i czekaj na sygnał, kurwa. No gorzej. No i narzędzia zbrodni mnie znaleźli, to też smutne. Też smutne. No kurwa, co jest?
Put your hands where I can see them.
Co tu się odpierdalo?
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now! Show me your hands! Right now!
Scavenged. Battery battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm
O
immediately.
kurwa.
The man appears to be pulling out an object from his pocket. Fear under threat! Fear under threat! Superseding event. Split-second decision. Get on the ground! Get on the goddamn ground! Get on the ground! I want you on the pavement right now! This is the pigs! Subject yourself to a full body cavity search. Prohibited materials concealed in nostrils, ears, mouth, navel, urethra, foreskin, vagina, and rectum.
In her mind, the cavity search is happening, as long as she's saying it. It appears the things she says are very real to her.
Uh-oh.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
You have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do. This is dangerous.
Oh,
You're
kurwa.
70% certain you always leave your gun loaded.
It's the goddamn police shitbag! Hug the pavement! You're under arrest!
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine? Or drugs? She thinks she's a police officer. Try treating her like a police officer. A lower-ranking police officer.
Zaszczeli mnie, zaszczeli mnie.
What?
O nie.
Sir?
That's the gun, man. That's your gun. Please get it back.
Easy. Press her too hard and shit.
Too late,
O kurwa.
With a swift, poorly coordinated move, the woman slams the megaphone against her lips and teeth. A trick.
Officer compromise! Unlawful impersonation!
Kurwa, było blisko.
En route! Engage your...
Okay. She's actually more agitated now. My bad.
Officer in need of assistance! Suspect at large!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red...
What happened to make her loneliness? Yes, sure, but also in a less abstract way. The neurodegenerative disease
Damy
I
radę.
mentioned earlier.
Damy radę.
Alright,
Easy.
here's the plan. You hurl the ledger in her face, already darting right, and immediately close the distance. Left hand... No, look how she's holding it. Like it's light in the nose. It must be... That means the gun is empty. No. An ominous feeling fills your gut, and suddenly you know the gun is empty. Thinking about it makes you nauseous.
Huh? My God, I think you're right.
What? This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real. What is this? Police guns always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
Co ci się spierdala?
She looks devastated. Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody
ever comes to visit me.
Nie.
The woman stands in front of you, motionless, unresponsive, almost like an inanimate object. In there she is alone, trapped in a world of blue and red lights.
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without a gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family.
No, niech się zajmą.
Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late and they might have already gone home. But I think we're done here for now.
Please, leave the radio on.
She stands motionless, just a heap of clothes and flashes.
No tutaj jakby tam my nic ciekawego nie znaleźli. Jak chłopaków nie będzie, będzie przypał.
The woman stands slumped. She looks cat. Is one of those things a police cat? She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and...
Oh, is that yours?
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours.
It's your hat.
The old woman doesn't...
Pokażmy tą czapę. Kurwa. O kurwa. Niezła myca tej. Niezła myca. Dobra. No to już dawno, to z kiedyś. To z kiedyś. Chłopaki, będziecie tu jeszcze, prawda? Będziecie tu? Zajebiście.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want? What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it? God. Poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kuron or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Pig?
Whatever you do, do not admit to these punks you lost your gun. You absolute fool.
You're fucking with me. Your gun. She had your fucking gun?
Sure did, boss. Heard him loud and clear. The pigs lost his gun to the pigs.
Well, at least I can see you got it back. If you have any questions. Auntie LaPlante, we always called her. Something LaPlante.
Marianne, amigo.
Amigo LaPlante.
Anything else you wanted to know? Was, like before, just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit. Never took her calls. She gets out every now and then. She did right by lots of us when we were kids. Always was a little off.
Us kids? That must have been ages ago. The children kept her together.
Get wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, shit. I don't actually know. Anyone know why she started acting like a pig?
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? No, I didn't. Because I'm not fucking stupid, Polizonte.
Yeah, Carl. That's some pretty fucking weird shit to say. The pigs level weird. But whatever gets you through the day. Dunno. She lives by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
Station 41. A man carries a crate of rusted, unused badges. You think these would net us something at the annual auction? A balding detective drags a comb futilely across his head. Shit, who'd want those? Just dump them into the river.
No problemo, cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinet.
Sure enough, we're the real heroes.
Okej. Co z naszym pistoletem? W ogóle my go możemy... Przedmiot? Narzędzie? We have a pistolet. Ja pierdolę. Masz 2 sztuki nabojów.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm. It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. The gun, your gun, can be an item of destruction, but also creation. The Villiers-LaSalle art project. Time to shoot some beauty through the heart of Martinez.
Mogę zgłosić przez radio, że znalazłem swój pistolet? Ło.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. 10-4, sir. Roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report. Roger that, 10...
Okej. Okej. No to co? Ruszamy z finałem. Grande finale. Grande punto. Nie wiemy gdzie kurwa się aktywuje alkohol, więc chuj. Robiliśmy jo. Robiliśmy już tak. Ja już o tym tego nie widział.
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components. Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system.
So it is. I think it is used to form a single system, slotted in the wall.
The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know.
The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean. These? No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find that device here. You will be disappointed.
All you will find here is pain.
Ból. Ból. Dobra, Rubi. Kto się lubi, ten się czubi. Wiesz jak jest. Dziwne. Już. Więcej może. Czas.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed.
O kurwa.
Aggressive white noise fills your skull.
O
A
kurwa.
strange pain, like you've never felt before.
O
Through
kurwa.
the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to. Doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways. That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned. You should probably check on Kim. That's what good partners do.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
Sounds like she knew someone who used to man one of those stations. But she won't tell you about her. Boy, you're one empathetic police officer to have guessed even that right now.
Kurwa.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically...
Ciekawe, czy jak będę z tą wiedzą od Angusa o tym, że ona ma ten zakłócacz szaroty, poszli do kościoła do tej programistki, czy jakoś by się mogli na to przygotować?
Local radio chatter.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
3, 6, 1, 8, 9, 2, 8, 1.
You're looking for a deal on mattress.
Spirit and Ember.
turn this.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but she can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
O kurwa. O kurwa.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
O kurwa.
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
I was, before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit. It was dark in the shack. The waves outside had calmed down. She looked at the loaded gun. Then she cracked the barrel open and took the bullet out. Not today.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you.
So she says she didn't do it, and she doesn't trust you. Is it you specifically, or the citizens' militia that...
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor above all else. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus and his boys, man. They told us you were on the coast.
Even now, Kim is a paragon of professionalism. He is trying to make a clean cut of telling her she was betrayed.
Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like...
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Does she mean that you're not a person whom other people like?
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me, and definitely not a reason to off someone. Yeah, sure, and I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate it, okay?
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you. Yeah, and I'm sure they also made some funny remarks about it. They always do. I've driven a lot of long haul and chugged a lot of beer, man. Can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough time. Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain. No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardun. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why? Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries. The fuck do elevators have to do with? Not particularly. Why are you so hung up on elevators? I'm not really into old shit for old shit's sake.
God damn it!
Don't know it, but also...
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
Fuck.
And? The gun store. Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal. Sure don't.
The breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
Jest pizdo.
A knocked away 80 front loader. 2-barreled.
That isn't it.
No, they're not practical. Break to... Yeah. Evidence. I considered her a good friend, yeah. Wow. Pissing, pinball, and now peeping. I'm just not following your insinuations, Detective. Damn. That girl's pretty, but not that pretty. In fact, no one's pretty enough to waste time skulking about the whirling, drilling... Nope. Look. She has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. But for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable. Oh, so that's where you were going with this. That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it. She does know how to pick 'em. She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me, and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
No ill will then. It wasn't a problem for her.
Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy. Go ahead, it's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Clausia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival. The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Clausia. Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, The shot had to have come from afar. So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a blow to her.
Yeah, that figures. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking? That's your prerogative. Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum. Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything. She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal, a leader with no one to lead. She still wants to retain some control of the situation.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before. No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea. Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy boys.
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going, fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop.
Oh!
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Oh, yes, they do. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you? Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sure. I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
I thought we had an agreement, she thinks. She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing, possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
No bunkrze, o!
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway? Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
O, tu się dzieje!
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying.
Co jest?
That sound about right?
Satellite Officer Vic Mayer looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Miller. We could either take a room here in the whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
Friction, lock, set.
Don't leave me here. Please delete.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me. What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Keep calm. Breathe in.
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes. Her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martin.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken
Dobra, kurwa, trzeba walić, no.
made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
Szkadi bęk.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but... She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
O kurwa. O kurwa. Retoryka. Ha, nie mogę jej rozwinąć. Po to sobie zostawił punkty, żeby jak coś, to się ratować w takim momencie. O kurwa. No nieźle. Czad! Czad! Kurde, czad! Kurde, czad! Trochę rozumności, co? Trochę rozumności. To się nie uda. Rozjebie się łeb.
She's
O mój
truly
Boże.
desperate. She thinks she
O
has
mój
no
Boże.
other options. You need to give her options.
O mój Boże.
You know.
Dziękuję, czat.
She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call. I would have done the same, had I not been incapacitated.
He couldn't take it like you. It irks him. Then he gets over it.
I have a feeling we didn't. Her tent. We should check it out.
Ale dym. Jocie dupce, ale dym tej.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camping out. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled-up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
Tak powinniśmy zrobić.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. This was important to her when it was still hers. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Kurwa, zastanawiam się, czy tutaj Dużo jeszcze zostało do końca? Kurwa, nie wiem, czy tutaj sobie zrobić skończyć streamka, czy lecieć dalej?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape. Short, wry observations of people and places, probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. The way some of those question marks trail off into ellipsis, she was going through a tough time. Staff issues, always tough on the leadership. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable. That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell.
What about this M? Could this be La Puta Madre? Here, March 9th and March 15th.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the
Jak
call?
nie doszedłeś tak daleko? Co ty mówisz?
The call? Did M call her personally? Why? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake. Whatever you may look like, you don't feel like a hired assassin. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the entry ends. The call was a courtesy. He must have held her in high regard to personally tell her he knew about her plan to run drugs for the competition. Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all. The thick journal bound in brown leather. The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
His trust is well placed. You aren't.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre. Classio was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or... maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Kurwa, ale dym tej. Ale dym tej.
Bratan! Now is the time!
O nie! O nie!
Oh, you will see. Faster, spirits! The blue medicinal spirits! Grab the bottle and uncork it! It is time to unleash the other world!
Co? Jak Ruby nie żyje? Jak Ruby nie żyje, co? Dobra, idź w to, czy... Bo w sensie nie wiem, bo kozać mi wziąć ta butelka, jakby to było coś fajnego, ale jak jest niepijący, to chyba oleja to, nie? Idziemy, ale jest niepijący.
The bottle opens with a silent, mysterious hiss. The fumes rising from its mouth are as crisp as the northern winds.
Now, Bratan! Take me off!
Co?
Your fingers manage to undo the oily knot, and the necktie slides off. It looks so frail sitting there in your hand, weighing almost nothing.
Now, put me in the bottle!
Co?
As the necktie slides into the purifying liquid, large stains of grease rise off from it and float to the surface. There, they quickly dissolve and disappear completely, cleansed by the blue spirit fire of 98.7% pure alcohol. The fabric looks almost new again, no longer like a disgusting worm of the lower intestine, but like a colorful and deadly poisonous reef snake of the Insulindian Ocean. The necktie floats in the bluish liquid with almost unearthly grace. There is silence. The lieutenant has been observing you quietly all this time.
Bomba spirytusowa? Co jest?
He's struggling to keep silent, but finally seems to give up.
I've got to ask, what are you doing? Of course it has. And what has the necktie been telling you, if I may ask? Okay, so why did you put it in the bottle? Right, okay. Anyway, I'm glad you told me your necktie has been speaking to you. That must not have been easy.
We're all under stress. This is turning into a great big mess.
Let's go.
Co to jest bomba spirytusowa? Gdzie to jest, kurwa? O chuj! Kurwa! O kurwa!
The old woman still sits in her chair. The buzz of electric lights blends together with...
Yes, I can't really sleep anymore. Only a few hours a night. It happens when you grow older. My suggestion is...
Okay. O, jakieś myśl.
The trap is full of poor things.
Myśl go.
The headless Falun rider. He could appear at any minute.
Please tell me we are not here to look for a headless man in a tracksuit riding a horse.
Don't listen to the lieutenant. He doesn't know anything.
There's nothing to wait for. We should get some rest. It's been a long day.
Yes, stay. What's...
There, we waited. Nothing happened. Happy now? I know myths and legends are enticing, but in the end they're just stories for children, to teach them lessons or to frighten them. Let's go. It's very late.
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it. Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point.
Looks like it. Hey, let's keep moving.
Somehow, he doesn't want to dwell on it.
To znaczy... I tak pewnie nie będzie, bo już jest po pierwszej, więc... Po tej godzinie to już jej nie ma.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth.
O kurwa.
Fucking reckoning.
O kurwa. O kurwa.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through.
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful.
O kurwa,
Willing to
całkiem
spare
nowa.
us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
On jest z boku. Co to jest kurwa tu z tym pistoletem? Jest snajper.
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
O kurwa. Co to jest?
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all. Heavily armed.
Ty nie wiesz co mu w ręce.
Genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
Kurwa. Ja pierdolę. Boję się, że jak do mnie, że na razie chodźmy, to że się po prostu rozstrzelają.
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
He doesn't want to, but he must.
Dobra.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit.
Pig fuck!
Fuck. Czas nie rozmawiać, bo są pijani. Jak będziemy po prostu stać, to jest głupota.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the blue medicinal spirit in your hand it feels enticing somehow.
All right, end game. Light me on fire and throw me in his face.
O kurwa.
Wait, it's a good thing you have an anthropomorphic petrol bomb. It really is. But you have to soften him up first. Present an argument. Even if it comes to a fight, it's a good idea to get under his skin first. No, please.
O kurwa.
Peace. It has worked this far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that.
Ja pierdolę.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Hoe and cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out. Rip you open.
This talking shit won't.
Easy. Easy now.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
He isn't just boasting. He really doesn't care. Back out of this now, or it'll get bad.
Fucking waste this.
Ignore her. She's not the main threat yet.
Yeah? Who did that?
O kurwa. O kurwa. Hahaha, że wpierdoliłem.
How fucking convenient.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
One of us? You saying we? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now? How about the kid? Go ahead. Tell me we fucking killed our own colonel one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
O kurwa. Logiczko. Logiczko rośnie w siłę. Czad. Troszkę mądrości poproszę. Troszkę mądrości, czat, proszę o to. O kurwa.
The Harlem boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver, 8 rounds in the barrel. The gun slowly sways in his hand.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Fucking liars.
O kurwa.
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot is flicked over her head, crashing.
O kurwa.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot.
Retoryka. Retoryki tak nie mogę, to ta koordynacja okorynka się przyda. No to jeszcze nie teraz. Przekonywanie. Też rzekł przekonywanie. Miał niebieskie oczy. Dobra, damy radę, po prostu retoryka, mądrość, to się uda. Ulebla!
All right. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenner would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. Really, none of this looks like it's going to do anything but piss him off. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
O mój Boże.
I am a Cornell major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike. Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
Technically, the other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that now.
King Reaper. You're right. But you see, I want it to end in bloodshed.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacier, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
Czemu Kim nagle nie ma...
She left! She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and...
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
Tak jest.
Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Sergeant Major Rao Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, you're all sentenced to death by lead. Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rude here.
In your ship pipes, right in the fucker!
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets bored, Lady knew how to command.
He was a good commander. I can see you miss him.
Oh yeah, he would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. But that didn't happen, because Hayseed, Bill, and Kipty the Kipt here fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you fucks did nothing.
Listen, man. We told you we...
Told us what? What did you say? Who said that? Tattoo fuck! You'll die first! Fuck do you mean?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets. Squeeze a bit of kip-tass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, clay monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down clots. Find his killer. Cop, his killer, stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them.
Big talk, but you got him to admit he's a bad leader. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
No co, kurwa, no bomba, no! No chyba nic nie zrobimy, no co? Tylko kurwa, rzucamy bomba w niego, to ten z boku pewnie zaczniesz rozpiździel będzie jak chuj. Ja pierdolę! Ci pikało? To ty do tego doprowadziłeś.
With a crash of shattering glass and a terrible roar, the fire draws in oxygen. The bomb hits the mercenary in the chest, swallowing him in flames as he staggers backward. In the fiery inferno, you see your tie, coiling around the man's neck. It is no longer horrific, but beautiful and pure.
I only ever wanted you to have fun, Harry.
My name, should you know it, is Jobson AS Men's Fashion Model Colorful Tie, catalog number J327. One day a sad man walked into a clothing store. He looked really darn like he hadn't had fun in years. He needed someone to show him how to rock and roll again. Jobson AS catalog number J327 shone on the tie rack, trying to get his attention. The sad man picked it up and put it on. He looked at himself in the mirror, didn't smile. And from that moment on, we rode together. The rest of your clothes were still normal back then, but we took care of that soon enough. Truthfully, not a lot. I did everything a multi-pattern necktie can do to help a man. I mean, I tried to get you to do all the fun things. Drink beer, drink wine, drink cider. Go to parties with young people around and drink beer and cider. Do drugs too, so you don't fall asleep. You had some fun, but not enough to heal you.
Your heart is broken, Bratushka, and it cannot be mended. Believe me, I've tried. No, you're going to be mowed down by gunfire from the 2 remaining mugs.
O
So
kurwa.
no, not forever.
O kurwa.
You both did, Bratan. Deep down, you know it was both of you.
O chuj.
No. It was her mostly. Don't lie to him, Necktie. This guy, well, his face has cracked open into a scream of terror. It looks like he's performing some sort of a shamanistic dance. Yeah, his body contorts in a very disturbing manner. There's no mincing words with this one. He's done. Smells like a steak on the grill. The burning flesh in your nostrils.
It's good to see you still have capacity for compassion, my friend. Deep down, you are a good man. See you on the other side.
Harry, for God's sake! Watch out!
O kurwa. O kurwa.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Okej.
You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks. The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out. To your left. The Paul is about to take a shot too. At Kim.
O kurwa.
God, please.
O kurwa.
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from de Paul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
W nią.
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind
Dobra,
you.
Glenn to tam
His
chuj.
mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like
Jak dwie?
red geysers.
Jak dwie?
Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you.
Aha!
The burning meat and the flames. With his face boiling off, the man raises his pistol at
O
you.
kurwa.
Then he squeezes the trigger.
O kurwa. Spójrz mu w oczy.
The look of vengeance framed by melting skin. This is the last thing he will do on Earth. But he will do it. He will end you. Here it comes. Death.
Coś czuję, że to mi nie podniesie nawet jak zrobicie, ale spróbujmy. Motoryczka, czad, motoryczka. To jest nasz moment. O chuj! Chuj. Dzięki. Ej chuj. Cześć Marcin. Jak chcesz uniknąć spoilerów, to jest grande finale, więc nie wiem, czy chcesz tu być.
There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it. Nothing. A persisting darkness. dancing lights of pain, distant shadows cast by them, like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out. Stay with me. Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When a slender white shadow towering, someone stands there, raising her pistol at you. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. Scream immediately. He's gonna die. No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion.
Ja pierdolę.
You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Nie.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved.
Dokładnie. To jest moje kurwa opus magnum.
There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally we know what the infernal engine was outside. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket.
O kurwa.
Turns double, then triple from the pain.
Dzień 7.
Sunrise, Pare.
O kurwa.
What happened? You threw an improvised petroleum bomb at the Major. A firefight ensued. He died in the hospital.
A blood-stained killer.
You're an officer of the RCM. As retaliation, their rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged. I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name. Yes, he's still alive too.
Oh, kurwa.
You were bleeding out by then. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, the Pole, before she got a jump on me.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened. This is the one. 4. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one, he took a lot of bullets. The Pole was the last to die. Everard had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. Company is yet to retaliate. Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know. All. Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off. Yes, the joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
Nie rozumiem tego z tą obszczykurtką. Nie rozumiem tego z obszczykurtką. Jaki wynik? 6-0. Przegraliśmy. Fuj, się coś zbugowało, nie? Czyli on mógł założyć ta kurtka?
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary.
Isn't that written on your...
Cops like it. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty.
Ja pierdolę.
I am really...
Czemu mi się nie udało? Ja przecież tam miał sukcesy chyba na tej rozmowie z nim, nie?
I think we may have held it off for now. Barely. Pity? Cool. Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked.
Okay.
The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me. Good. You'll need to be... whatever that is. No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they're worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here? Sorry, that's between you and them, he thinks.
I did. No need. Easy now.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing.
How are you? Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Freighter. I honestly don't know. We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now, and Joyce has left too. Yes, she left yesterday morning, to meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know? I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case. I don't know. That's been there for years. Yes, God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable. It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one, all completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless. We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
No need to be melodramatic. What? Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to catch everything.
He's wrong.
Za pierwszym razem złapałem.
Okay.
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It can feel that way sometimes.
He sounds surprisingly weary. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good. Where do you want to limp to? Let's do that. Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know.
Ja pierdolę. Ja pierdolę.
It's a little nicer now.
Ale dym.
The fan stands still.
O kurwa. O kurwa.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, heart.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely.
No?
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note, a few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift? I am not drawing my gun. Yet.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster. Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
It's hardly surprising.
You look at her rough, jagged hand.
Dobra, ja sobie może wsadzę kurwa pistolet do ręki. To nie głupie. Opowiada.
This window is pristine,
Aha,
at least on
że
the
jak
inside.
szał leciał.
A red thread has been taped to the glass using adhesive tape. It trembles ever so slightly in the cold wind.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed.
O kurwa. Trzy możliwości strzału.
Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth, a ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain. The red thread bisecting the room shows the trajectory of the bullet.
Najlepsze to, że jak my tutaj przechodzili obok tej wieży, to od razu z tyłu głowy mi się pojawiła myśl, że hej, tam mógł wejść snajper, bo tam było napisane, że to jest wysokie, coś tam ten. Ale miał takie, nie no, nic na to nie wskazuje, w sensie... Raczej to jest, no...
From the roof outside,
Myślałem o tym.
location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back. Maybe if you extrapolate all possible points of origin first, the thread will make sense. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization. Ruby ruled this out vehemently. The shot would have been heard from downstairs, where no one heard it. The likelihood of A prime has fallen drastically. You may be looking for a sniper. The shot had to come from a greater distance, beyond A prime. Should we extrapolate to include every possible... According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime. B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on. 700 meters away, the likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account. 1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions, let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it. 1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea. As you saw in the coin-operated viewer, the shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 8B and 33A. The angle would have been extreme and access to the islets is questionable. Then there's the thread the witness left. She did have a first-hand view of the event. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime. The island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point. I remember. She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass. It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? I find that hard to believe, but at this point, what difference does it make? So it is.
For a second he seems tired. He is trying to justify it to himself. There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
Could be the makings of a sniper's nest.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
Of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had her sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Okej. No nieźle. No nieźle. O kurwa.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. This was Cindy the Skull. The lieutenant crouches, tucked.
Looks like it, yes. And blood.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
O kurwa.
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there, you know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable.
Huh. No nieźle.
Officer, what happened? You're limping.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Ghislain. It's nothing to be worried about.
You didn't only get shot.
Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Hi.
Czy to serio jest znowu... Kipi, jak daleko do końca? Bo ja nie wiem, czy ja mam kurwa tu robić save'a i to kończyć, czy my to jesteśmy w stanie w 30 minut skończyć. Czy to jest serio znowu sprawa na 2 dni? Godzina trochę mniej.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of.
Please be conservative with the...
Dobra, zamknijmy to, kurwa.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary...
Nie, no bo to wiesz, znowu to się tak będzie przekładać, a tak sobie to po prostu skończymy dzisiaj, już moje to z głowy, nie?
Remember what the nitpicker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Już kurwa tutaj offem ci teraz mówią, że to jest grand finale. Mam radę.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
Jakie Rodiko? Nie idzie wczytać. Nie idzie nic zrobić. Kurwa! To po co jest ta kwestia? Okej. Okej.
And the trees are green and overhanging, where the light free.
Aha, aha, aha. Mogli powiedzieć o
The
Lizu.
boat comes to a slow stop. In the silence, a sputter of wings.
Let's go.
Let's go.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea. The flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters away, 102, on the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline. Long...
Yes? It is. Is that why we are stopping?
The lieutenant nods, a silent hiss. Sea air moving, the faraway roar of the city, distant like a low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. Col de Mamadakwa.
O kurwa.
Yes? It is. Is that...
No i chuj.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Nie potrzebuję. Kimnij się? Okej.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog you lie there. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. You feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Sleep.
Aha. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try it now.
Kupiłem ci... To tam dzwoniłem, do wypożyczalni, dzwoniłem tam. Kupiłem ci figurkę.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it. That's not what figurines do, Harry.
She looks at the headless Fountain Rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say. The figurines don't do anything? Anything at all. But I thought the historic figure, yes, I thought it would be good. A form of communication when words have failed. Yes, it was a good idea. But she felt obliged by the headless Fountain Rider to give you things in return. Things she no longer wants to give you. So she refused. That's how it goes. Your figurine rider idea was naive.
Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome. I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything.
Figurkami jej nie odzyskasz, nic nie dają.
Back then. I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day. Oh, Harry. You shouldn't have done that. Call me like that.
You ruined it. There was still a chance. You should have waited longer. She would have called you instead.
Oh, Harry, do you really think so? We haven't talked in years. I don't want to call you. I don't want to hear from you. I think of you less and less every year. Weeks go by without me remembering you. Months already. Soon it will be years. Every season that passes, the light gets less clear. I sit there in Morova, in the holy gratitude of my bliss. I put my hand on my belly and smile.
The air gets cold around you. She looks down on her stomach, then up at you. The death blow is coming.
Dobra, czat. Ja nawet nie mogła naklikać, kurwa, żeby se dodać czegoś teraz. Proszę o mądrość. Proszę o mądrość, czat.
It's Dora. That's what the voice said on the phone. Dubois, yes. Dora Dubois.
Oh no. No. We're not doing that again.
That was not the death blow yet. You saved yourself. For now. Keep stumbling around, and it will happen.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so...
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
It's not, but... I don't know why I said but. There is no but. That's it, yes. We've talked about it a million times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
It just takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me too, you know. I used to think I couldn't live without you. But I can.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight. But it's clear you're still making her sad.
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone. No, Harry. We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice, and then give up. By that logic, not you too.
I don't know. Please. Harry, we can't be together because you're insane.
She avoids turning them to you. They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get a hold of herself, brushing her hands in her gown.
We both said a lot of things.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender, long fingers, in her wrists, her hand.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
You need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it. Yeah. Put a stake through your heart. She won't get hurt. She'll bend out of the way.
Please, Harry. I just don't have time for this. Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now? Very well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. On Voyager Road. It was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then. Filled to the brim with love for you. Hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
It's here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. Were you there? You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good.
Surely the alcohol didn't help either.
Everyone has a little glass of wine every now and then. I certainly do. It's a queen regnant thing. I don't think it was the alcohol. It was inevitability. The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants. Smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first. My first kiss. My first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that... Yes, let's talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river. To the aquarium first. I was sad about my mother. It was just a day then, but to think. Were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me. Talk to me about anything, go virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret. Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that...
Don't let her. Don't let her go there. You should redo the topics. Go over everything. The things you didn't say before, too. Make it go on and on. With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating. She is not kissing you back.
Dzięki.
Her hand does not return the grip. Her body is rigid. Distrust. For you. The curve of her spine. Her shoulders hunched. She keeps herself, her chest rising like a pillow. Warm exhalations against the side. Hidden. Distant. Kept safe from you. Feels like soft fuzz. A bird covered in down feathers. The delicate wreath on her forehead pressing into your temple. There's nothing, just pillows against you. Apricot-scented chewing gum. The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours. Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried, brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
No, I'm just Dora. Why did you do that to yourself? You know I don't cheat, Harry. I never cheated on you.
She breathes out heavily, as if something painful has passed through her, and shakes her head. She shakes her head one more time.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see. I'm pregnant. Yes, he did it. I terminated yours. Don't you remember, you poor fuck? You poverty-stricken fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
No, this has to end. More questions. Ask more.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
No, you don't. You're just being a martyr. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight. I won't see you, but you will see me. Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time. Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. See you tomorrow.
Jocie dupia.
You're up quick. How was your sleep? Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, half covered in blood from your wound. Of course, I was just thinking maybe you've torn your stitches. Are you ready to move on? Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
Ale w sensie, że na dzisiaj,
Old
czy że...
cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired. Downstairs, somewhere? Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. Someone who has basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the...
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a... You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one.
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs up.
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around.
Green paint flicks off the monoblock.
The console of an anti-computation device. Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds...
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function. Nothing happens. The dial slides under the glass, silently.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications. We need to restore power before using this office. We should look around outside.
The boat engine. The console looks on.
Okay. No. Co to było? Kurwa.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go.
Okej. Let's go, motherfuckers. Nie mogę wejść do wody. Zabraniają mi. Kurz wyjebane, powstrzymują mnie.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof.
This looks like a good place to aim from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Dio Morteri.
Could be a coincidence. Or the same person has visited Land's End and here. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there,
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, quite old and grimy from years. The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your... A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A. The red chimney and collapsed back of the four-story tenement in front of the box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
What? Do you have a line of sight to the window?
What are you talking about? Can't be certain. It's certain.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger.
I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest. Nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere. Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
The lieutenant pauses.
We will make up for it. Here. Where?
He does not answer, just nods.
We should move now.
This old cylindrical generator waits. The lieutenant assists you. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the... The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old...
That should do it.
A dim golden...
It's on.
Automatic boot. The lighting in the room turns... The dial slides under the dusty glass.
Insular.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you. Don't worry. I have a gun. I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Wiesz, Aha.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, unclouded by cataracts. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit. I did. And you opened it. How? The boat engine. On the water. It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it's a Triangong.
A samurai rifle. How did you get hold?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Signal commune. Military aid.
Ktoś jebł. Gdzieś za oknem, jakby się kurwa nie wiem, ty coś wypierdoliło. Zabrzmiało jakby bomba wybuchła, stary, ale nic nie widać, ani dymu, ani... Nie wiem, dziwne.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the ball. Yes, I bet you've killed a lot of people. Have you come to make me?
We have come to ask you questions. Nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
His elbows rest on the frame stock, calmly for now. But he may still get it in his hands. You don't see a magazine in the well. The words, "I am an enemy commander," sound cold as iron from your lungs. The old...
And what rank would that be, dog? A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burned into the wood.
No one said it has to be a Belma grave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanty. The right type and the right caliber.
He's liking this. The old man keeps following your motion with some kind of involuntary response. Something is... This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be... No reply. His leg twitches, strangely, like a puppet on a string. You need to contextualize it for him first. He sounds like he hasn't gotten...
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross. Political Commissar of the 104th. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. 43 years. No. I've been on other islands too. I was an Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago. How does anyone survive? I steal supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater.
How is your health, Mr. Drost?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns. I have been running out of that stuff.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to pain.
It's the little joys. I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. I don't even know what. Inferno?
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live it.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on more and more each year. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol, a so-called Lieutenant W. Freighter. Let's. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free...
A spray of blood from his mouth. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been...
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party...
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Honor is a feudal atavism. My motive is class. No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I'm trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar.
The old man does not answer.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise, he was like a cleric, a shepherd.
No, the opposite of that.
He nods slowly, then another tremor.
You're inert lumpen with a gun.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes.
43 years and 10 months. It's inhuman. It's sick. It's not how a human being should live. But I had to.
He just couldn't. He nods. But he can now.
What have you been doing during...
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer in patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One
always waiting for her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution. Women are more susceptible to bourgeois morals. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession will...
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world. There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce. What have I used it for? I've used it for killing.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. I've used it.
Interesting. During or after?
There is no after the war.
So he's continued killing after. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. This is what you live for. The solution. Go in straight. No euphemism. No. Be careful now. Slow and don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
I don't want to tell you anything.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong. All the time.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the Commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate.
A drop of blood in the... Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all. The gun. The murder. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it...
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete. Specifically, you have been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long.
I'm ready to die.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck.
Almost. He almost burst out there.
Not a lot of guns around that use
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons, eh? Going against automatic rifle.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
You didn't handle anything. I watched it happen. You let those murderers rip. None of those people mean anything to you.
You're getting diverted.
So you watched the fight. Did you like what you saw?
You don't know anything.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? 4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this, when you have the murder weapon.
Murder?
Like a marionette on some... This pushed him, but not enough. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's... There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Clausia's balcony. And nowhere else. Nowhere in all of Martinez have you... Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, you got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul.
Damn Maybells. The whole island.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even.
So many this year too. The spring is coming. No, it's already... They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. The coast too, before they pile their containers on top of it, filled with...
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths?
I may. Classier. With the victim.
Don't leave any loose ends.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes...
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Duras.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Corbe. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to...
The size fits, but not the sole.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must...
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer, armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer, dripping with blood. Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I have got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to him.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary left.
The lieutenant raises his right arm. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there
Coś
with
powiem o tym finale za chwilę, bo to jest
stupid
dokładnie
look
to.
on his face. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My lad. And so...
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex? Through the scope of your rifle that...
The old man.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive... You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's...
I don't understand. Do you, detective?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle?
A rifle's scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click. Yes. Think of it.
Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
"3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley."
Joyce. He means Joyce.
Wrinkled up whore. They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and masked phalanx weren't barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show. Them. Fucking. I didn't like that. Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to, and I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood, to punish her.
There's nothing to hold on to.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water.
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. Yes, over the years, it's not unproletarian to feel something. No. I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room, the day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something put the thought there, to leave the flowers.
What do you mean, put?
A brief flash of terror.
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just... If you came 10 years ago, I would...
In the silence, the loop, one more down.
since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark.
Past the Fell building on the coast?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruin. Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from after she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it?
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers. I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the back.
You could tell she was a spook? From the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo. And glasses. Forged.
He's setting it up for you.
I'm not blind, am I?
It quickly comes to you.
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Like that, too? Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass. I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
No tak, no ale...
The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny, you'd turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me.
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant. One more loose end down.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop?
I can just walk in the hostel now after a good wash. They all think I'm an antisocial, a vagrant.
You had to open the steel door in the...
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one...
One more thing. The flowers, Mr. Zoss. The dried...
What about them?
There. He's already admitted to it. Just ask.
I did. I shouldn't have. I was there one night, and she was crying. Like a child. The day after. Yes.
It's as if something put the thought there. To leave the... Neither does he. In the sight. One more down.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand. Silks flowing in her wake. See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air. Burning. The old man raises his gaze, a bitter taste on his tongue.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days. Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof.
Across the water, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, made of grey cinder block, he's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat as the men go. Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need...
We could get more. We've got him talking.
You could get more out of him. He likes talking.
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes. Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this. Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class. Intense, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now, her gun. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the race, every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco...
The disco whores are too much. Hate and the Sucrian on her yacht? Ask about that cock on parade, too. Make sure you get everything here.
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. Oh, royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot's plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross. Shoot me. Not yet. I like to look at him strut around.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. Better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
No. I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck it. All human beings care about each other. I cared for...
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred.
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange.
Glad we talked about what?
Opanowanie. No kurwa, chłopie. Podbicie jeszcze, kurde, na koniec, no ta motoryczka, żeby coś się nie spierdoliło. O chuj. Dziękuję.
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man, indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, great leaps of emotion. From anger to grief, despair. You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. Well, perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner term, in summary, you sense some underlying neurological
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in... Do you under...
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beats up.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Perception.
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper something completely different. It sounds like a bow.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat. What?
What are you talking about?
Ktoś go zabije.
Is this... really us?
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds.
O kurwa!
Limb by limb.
O kurwa!
To then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Yo! Yo! O kurwa!
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
O kurwa!
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hands rise instinctively.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't...
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence.
Be very, very careful.
Damn!
Honorable one, you have accumulated a substantial amount of honor.
Dobra, wypierdalaj.
Meaningless, you brought...
Sorry.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what...
Dobra, chuj.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from his head.
Kimmo, ostatnie zdjęcie, paparacie! Ostatni szał!
It is no more than 5 steps away from you. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something that's not there. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch. Be afraid. You smell wrong.
Kurwa.
It is.
Tak.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a... No! The flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
Kurwa.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmids.
One of those fools who didn't take a picture.
He's letting his pride get... You see the phasmid turn to him. Its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Shh. Okay.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you. Its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly. Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like laughter, a sort of happy. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds. No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The invertebrate stops, raising its scythe-like arms and tilting its tiny head. Formed from...
I exist.
O kurwa.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Wunderbar. Pary.
What is your illness? For me, it is not like that. I have states, not the emotions. For example, now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations, a swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache. Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help. That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching, and when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you up.
In honor of your shit, Lieutenant Ifreitor, which you kept together in the face of total unrelenting terror. Detective arriving on the scene.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Tak, ciebie.
Yes. No one detected me for such a long time.
Moje arcydzieło.
No one believed I exist. Almost no one. Until you came detect. Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily. You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth.
Yum yum.
Yum yum. Or yum yum.
Wait, so... Yes, of course. The 3 meters tall stick insect would be offended.
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. No one unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions. No, there is one more.
Dobrotliwą.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman.
O kurwa.
Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For all mankind.
Zrobię to.
She was held on Earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Kim? Zrób zdjęcie.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant.
I got it.
For all time. The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch. It is surprisingly delicate.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
O kurwa.
It tastes like sugar. Very faint, odorless, mostly comprised of water. The limb before you is incredibly light. Like, warning!
Okay.
A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening. Wait, another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts. The insect stops its stridulation. Seeming suddenly, there is silence. As you do, the invertebrate comes to life. Its limbs move, shifting around in the reeds around it, in the muddy water. As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water.
Kurwa, to było zajebiste. To było fajne. To było fajne. Chuj tam z mordercą. To było zajebiste.
And just like that, it's gone. And something under it. In the place it's
gone. Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
Okay.
What now? In some kind of strange,
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to...
O kurwa. O kurwa, hełm. Czyli teraz będziemy mieli całość, jakby wzięli buty. Tak? No, czy czegoś nam jeszcze brakuje? I spodni, nie? Spodni my jeszcze nie mieli. A spodnie miał chyba ten. Nie. Kto miał spodnie? Spodni my chyba w ogóle nie znaleźli, nie? Dowód poszedł w klasie. O!
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued.
Classia's hidden documents. From the MT boy.
It's Clausia, with short black hair, an old photo, before life came and did what it does.
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or... Perhaps, but that still doesn't explain how it got into the nest. Like a magpie? What a crane.
By now, the lieutenant...
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be...
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious.
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect. She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. I don't know who Katarzyna Alasia is, but it's safe to say it's not her either. In short, we got lied to. I don't know, but it's not Katarzyna Alasia or Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her.
No nieźle.
What is it? What do you want from...
Something is very wrong with him now.
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring with fear and longing. The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news...
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in nothing.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, Diab would put it back here. This makes...
No reaction. This is an old man at last.
Did you take this passport and other...
The spirits.
He hears us.
No reply.
Try something else? We got...
I lost...
He turns his eyes to the reeds again. As he's done...
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the... This site is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the...
Silence. You've gotten all you will out. The plastic cape flaps around his face. The blacks of his eyes are receding.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here.
Okej. A jakby się nie robiło questa z Traszykiem, to by go tam nie było? Czy on zawsze tam jest?
The skiff is swaying on the wave. The skiff is...
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks, but for the sound of conversation, two men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Trzeba nie robić tego questa i mieć takie, co tu się kurwa odpierdalo, nie?
Look what the tide brought him. I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it.
What?
Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you after pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come...
The scene is making even him feel as though
We might need your help with something later.
as if he recalled that he's in fact...
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you. Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it? That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton. Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's...
Vic, calm down. Ari, we want to help you.
This is the horse-faced woman. I don't know why you named her that, but it was beyond idiotic.
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now.
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we? You were crying hysterically. You were drunk, breaking things, being emotionally abusive. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off. Like you told us to. Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells? Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me.
I'm technically just a civilian.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show. Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer do. It's a Major Crimes Unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry.
They're your posse, or what remains of it.
The 41st isn't...
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Yes, I'm still a kinky soda.
Still caught up in this crossfire, too.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage, Detective God. Trant, this is where you come in.
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but...
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who...
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before. Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case.
The two cases in your ledger. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not? Look at the ruins, the neon, listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, hardwired to the free market.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work, if not in a...
Leadership, now.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been. He's able to put his clothes on. Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Tequila sunset. Jump the canal. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of my payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
He squints at it, trying to ascertain if it's not a blue.
Okay. And your gun?
Here we go again. Lost gun. Lost gun. Trying to terror.
Ah, he has it. I thought it was in the ocean. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone. I don't buy it.
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
What you've discovered? You let the suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the reports, Harry. Lieutenant Kitsuragis. We know.
Duped again. Not for one moment do I believe you quit drinking. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped, or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanut compared to the 7 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted...
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Cały czas chcę powiedzieć o tym straszyku.
Don't make this harder for yourself.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but...
You've spent the week with him, on this case.
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. At first I thought it's just strange, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a true blue moralist, a man of the center, not prone to political outbursts, which is... And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all, he can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tired. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke. Which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vimar.
Okay, he did.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murder. A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as a reed.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid. You hear gasps beneath the howling.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate.
Skurwysynku. Boom shakalaka, skurwysynku.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
The killer did not seem to be aware of the phasmid's presence, exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia. He fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yes, but also...
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. It's... I don't even have words for...
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Okay.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church. That's great. Entrepreneur is a great new career for you, after police officer.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned.
It's not that okay.
Female?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nest...
Incredible. Were there...
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates. Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs. As in cloning itself? What makes you think so? Then it wouldn't matter if it's male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenoid. Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to...
In his mind, he's already planning a nature.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers news...
This would really help with some of the...
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murder.
Without it.
You're doing good here. Perhaps quit while you're ahead? Or no?
Yes, yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk.
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry.
Still, good work with the missing person.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is. No, we didn't. It didn't turn out to be anthropomorphical again. Enough with these sort of repair.
It doesn't look like the lieutenant wishes you to push the cut it out. Is indeed what he is thinking.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I'm in.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Prasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM...
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural...
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
Jealousy. I thought this Lilianovich was...
A strange psychosexual fascination. The result of spending all this time. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead merc...
It's a clean win.
It's way more than that.
Get over yourself. You're not a perfectionist. And none of this can hide the smell of poop.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It will pass. In time.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species. So I have to.
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
You haven't been drinking, she thinks.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is...
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken...
Now you will finally get to know who you are. The man looks westward, impatient, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
No. You're too unstable to work for my boss. You're suicidal, Harry.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult
I told you it's not that bad.
Who is Lena?
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search. They should know as soon as possible. It would.
She is going to be over the moon.
Who are you? You're a gym... Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher.
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair, the fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality is, and your moves on the church floor, which honestly were just jump aerobics.
And this guy, too. God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
In your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since then. Yes, you towed Jim in Coron. I believe that's the term.
The smell of sweat and glue.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Assel, the whole thing on the ice.
His smirk suggests contained laughter.
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach Jim. She, leaving for the...
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that.
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Dubois? It was Dora Engelund, I think. You've said her name, but you weren't married. You were engaged. Something like that. Half Vazan. No one is married anymore. This is Revachol. God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way...
6 years and you haven't gotten over it? What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. Incredibly bangable.
Kurwa.
She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin base.
Heartbreak, well, pain, Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection without...
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time...
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees order.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
Us? With the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? With the...
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You're just understaffed.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big.
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good. Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing.
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me.
He's anything but a loser. Although he would like to be seen as...
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the...
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April.
So he remembers that.
Kurwa.
Yes, there may have been a raid on some church.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be...
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore.
He means it. The clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
Okay. It's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamp.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Revachol.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
Well, First, I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has. Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate. Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains. Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I
would fit in. I'm crazy. This truly came as a surprise to him.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean...
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Pile.
I do like the sound of that.
Najlepszy z 57. komisariatu, rekrut detektyw. Kim Kitsuragi.
He's really considering it.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his mother care.
You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Dawson?
Serio?
Yes. McLean?
Co ty
Yes.
pierdolisz?
Hiddleston?
Nie, niemożliwe.
Leclerc? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable.
O kurwa.
You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen.
No to nie lepiej by było, jakby się złapało Lasie
He'll pull through. When he
i
does,
aresztowało
he's
i na
signed
przykład nie dało się
RCM.
wszystkich ocalić na placu?
Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot, of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to...
Wszystkich nie. Ale pewnie więcej osób się dało ocalić, nie? Wszyscy mogli zginąć, okej. Dokurwiono gra, no. Dokurwiono gra. Panie kurwic! O chuj. No chujnia, to cały czas z tyłu głowy, nie? To cały czas z tyłu głowy było. To było cały czas z tyłu głowy, że kurwa... Tyle wątków, tyle wszystkiego. Dobra, no to kurwa, teraz mnóstwo pytań. Mnóstwo pytań. Jak gadasz, że to jest najlepsze zakończenie, a to nie dało się jakoś od razu z początku, w jeden dzień porozwiązywać rzeczy, powiedz, jak już się wie rzeczy? Golec tam był, kurwa, Maciej Golec, tej. Jakie były, są jakieś sekrety? Kto miał spodnie ze zbroi? Kto mieszkał na dole, tam ten szczur, co my go otworzyć chcieli? Czemu my nie otwarli jakichś drzwi w ogóle? Czy były jeszcze jakieś inne miejsca, w które mogliśmy się dostać, a my się nie dostali? Tyle pytań. Jest jakieś sekretne, pojebane zakończenie? Generalnie. właśnie na Trybunale, endingi. To historia jest liniowa, na Trybunale, że endingi. Okej. To troszkę słabo. Troszkę słabo. Nie miał maniana. To się bez tym było, nie? Bo my tam chyba jakoś tego wątku nie pociągnęli. W sumie ta, coś tam było. W którym był ten ziomek kryptozoologa? Rzeczywiście, on mieszkał gdzieś obok. Kryptofaszysta, nie? To był. Czyli dałeś tam do niego do chaty wejść, tak? Hej, jak z tymi sekretami w końcu? A, i co chciałeś mi powiedzieć? Co w kościele? Czy takie dziwne rzeczy jakieś to są? Okej. Coś w kościele mi chciałeś powiedzieć? Jakże poszło na dół i ktoś powiedział, on nie wie. Jakże zszedł na dół i tam było to, że oni te narkotyki robią. Widzisz, powiedziałeś, że będziesz pamiętać, a to ja pamiętam. W pierwszym dniu mieszkam z pustką. O kurwa. O kurwa. A to nie, no to oczywiście od samego początku to wiedział. Od samego początku to wiedział. Tylko właśnie to tak prowadził, żeby wiesz, żeby ich nie wystraszyć, dlatego całe te dialogi z nimi prowadził na takiej zasadzie, że niby wiesz, nie zwracał uwagi na to, że oni robią te narkotyki, że nie wiem co tu się dzieje, żeby nie wystraszyć tych dzieciaków, żeby jakieś tam zaufanie do mnie mieli, nie? Dobra, co jest jeszcze poza pustką? Dawaj, ja uwielbiam sekrety i takie rzeczy. Co jest jeszcze? Jakie są jeszcze pojebane rzeczy? Co z tą lampą? Dało się kupić lampa za $700? I co z tą lampą? Jak taki duży hajs uzbierać? Co trzeba było Ale, okej. Zostawiam do domu. Nie wiem, gdzie mi wiesz. O, Kulok, to są ci sami, co robili... Co oni robili? Kulok coś robił. Skąd ja ich znam? Ja nie znam Kuloka. Oho, zaczynają się. Materiały do oglądania, ale teraz będzie oglądania. Jocie dupę. Lubię to. Nie idzie skipnąć, fucking. parę rzeczy. Dawaj, co pominąłem? Dawaj. Ucieka, kurde. Ja nie wybrałem absolutnie żadnej wieści politycznej, tak, byłem bardzo po środku. Nie interesuję się polityką. Każda ma swój quest? O kurwa! O kurwa! O co w ogóle z tym... No właśnie, o, dokładnie. Byli komuniści? Jak? Co? I gdzie się wchodziło do tego kanału? Gdzie to było to wejście? I co to była całkowicie inni NPC? To był ten student pewnie, co my mu się na ten pokój wjebali. Okej. No, muszę kumplowi wysłać. Screena mu filmikowi, znaczy zdjęcie mu wyślę. Napisków. Jeździsz helikopterem? No to... Ale to chyba było po środku, nie? O kurwa. Aha, okej, czyli nie wybrał po prostu tym... Tam chyba, no, w którymś momencie mi to chyba sugerowali, że takim... Ja dupia. To będzie jak klik na kontynuuj. O! O! Menu? Ale rzeczywiście. Rzeczywiście to jest z jego perspektywy. A, to jest przecudanie się na wyspę, okej. Okej. Niesamowite. No, przemocarne. I love Kuno. I co, i tu jest te wejście komunistów, tak? Na górze, obok Cindy. Że tam, w tej kracie. A, no bo ta, no bo jak w sumie on tutaj miał mieszkanie... Okej. Okej, to by się łączyło w sumie, no. Wiem, że nie wyda, czyli że tu to jest, no. Okej. No, nieźle. Ale że kurwa best ending? To ja w szoku. To ja w szoku. Co ty tam w ogóle za materiał wysłałeś? 405. O kurwa. Dobra, zaraz to zobaczymy. No kurwa, powyszane wszystko. O, i co tu było? To jest ciekawostka, nie ma teraz tego. Nie ma Measureheada. Aha, aha. Aha, jaki bait. Jaki bejcior.
Stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
Any political movement goes through a period, yet it calls back to an older era, hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No time will tell. I'll tell everyone I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend.
No nieźle.
A colorful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarette. Here you go, mister.
The graffito has been. This was Cindy the Skull. The fuel oil catches fire immediately with a low hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letter. What if the words are not directed at the people of Martinez, or even the coalition aerostatics? The lieutenant has taken a small step back. The flames warmed him too.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames subside.
Okay. Okay. Nice. O! Nie wiedziałem, że jest nawet pomocniczek. No nieźle. No kurwa nieźle. Uj. No i co? Chyba zadowolony Cipi, co? Z pożegnalnych streamów kończących